Today's episode is sponsored by Jumpgate. Is your game missing features? Upgrade your campaign to Jumpgate to experience faster play and smoother play.
Oh, that was good.
And
That
that
was
was
good.
perfectly timed when I hit
Totally,
start.
totally
Michael's gonna hire
unrehearsed.
you.
I've been
Gonna
sitting
hire
in
you for this
silence,
podcast.
just ready for
My
you to
podcast
say
would
Can I
your
never be
get you to do an
monetized.
ad read, please?
All right. So now we're back from the commercial break. Hello, everyone. And let's try to figure out where we are, who we are, what we've got going on. I know people said, oh, well, last session was simple. All we did was just walk through, I think it was Griffle. near the
Actually,
end of
it
last
was not
session.
simple.
Griffle was like, all we did was walk down a corridor.
Yeah, but the session
We also
before
wait,
that
we also
opened a
we
door.
flew down a corridor as well.
We flew into a ship.
So, yeah, let's kind of do a quick recap of what we did last time, where we are, and then I do want to get a little bit more detail on kind of zoom in a little bit on what our overall goal is here, since it's been a few months since we were playing. So, last time we started off with Aegis, right? And then did this fly into, kind of fly at the Death Star style run.
So,
I'll be honest, I genuinely cannot remember why we're here.
Hey, don't worry. I
Luckily,
prepped
I
for
have
this.
good notes.
We're here because we're trying to get information from a close advisor of the Night King
Yes.
to figure out how we can stop the vision of the Bloody Baron being killed and presumably on.
But we didn't necessarily want to stop it. Weren't we also trying to figure out like if it was a double cross or like if it had to happen that way?
Yeah, the ultimate goal was to save On. If the Bloody Baron has to die for that to happen, I think that was the compromise.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And there was
And
also
well,
sort
and
of
the Night King has to die.
and a
Yes, the
side
goal is
element of needing to know where the old Winter Knight is. If Mab cannot use her powers to locate the Knight, then that is
Delta.
beneficial.
Because if we recover Dalceth's soul fragments, the knife that Margot has will
Can
work.
work. to
Was
kill
she in the
Night King.
vision? Did she present the Night King with the knife? The
I
true
think
name
so.
knife?
she
Yes.
uses it on
Okay.
him, doesn't she?
No, she
She
has a
don't-
knife, and we assume it has On's name on it, but we don't
Yes.
know that for certain.
Right.
But we do know she has a knife that has the Night King's name on it.
From the
And the-
perspective of On in the vision, she thinks the Night King has a true name knife for her, but it turns out it's for the Bloody Baron, and he kills the Bloody Baron. And then Margot gives him a second knife, and we as the viewers believe that it has On's name on it. I think actually On in the vision believes that it has her name on it.
But we
Correct.
believe that it's the one that has the Night King's name on
Night
it.
King's name on it. Yeah.
Morin would say hopes.
Yeah.
I feel like
And
if he had one
so-
for the Bloody Baron, he might have one for her too.
Right. But like maybe he tasked Margot with like bringing them,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So then most recently we were with the session before last, we were with Aegis. And we got our squadron of dragons to help us track down the Exarch's ship.
Yep.
And
so
we
that is
conveniently
where we
knew
were.
exactly where they were because on our way into the Plate of the Iron Tower, we stopped by.
Yes.
So you had to skip that part of the figuring out where the army retreated to, which is helpful.
No, we didn't skip it. We just figured it out a different way.
Right, that's what I mean. Like, normally you'd have to kind of do that step next, but you did one of the, you show up to the quest. The quest giver's like, find my grandfather's sword. You're like, oh, you mean this thing? Like,
We're busy. We are very busy people.
so, and
So
you
we
guys,
fly.
you guys had the decision or had the choice to go after one of two things, right? You didn't have to go after the Exarch.
Yeah, we could have gone after the head of the Weiss.
But he's
No, we said
inferior.
no. We said that guy seems really giant. We won't be able to pull him onto the ship, and then we walk in on this motherfucker.
True. We
Yeah.
really didn't think things through, maybe.
He is
Our-
still an order of magnitude smaller than Lord of the Weiss. Like Lord Weiss is like 50 feet tall. This guy is 15 feet tall.
Yeah. Well, also, I think we're hoping to commandeer a world ship. Because, we have a
Sure
healthy,
are.
optimistic attitude.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
We did a lot of propagandizing to clear the way
Mm-hmm.
as we made our way into the depths of the ship.
Yeah. And so my question for you guys, right, is, and this is something that I want to get as clear of an answer as you guys feel like you can come up with, is what is the headspace you're in as you walk into this room, right? When you're going in, is this we're looking for a fight, we're going to take this guy down and put him in a box and carry on? Is this we're coming in to ask him about his extended warranty on his world ship that he's got here? Like, what is the, on the scale between we come in and anyways we started blasting to we might take a blast to the face for the opportunity to talk, right? Where are you guys on that spectrum when you're going in for this confrontation with the Exarch?
I must speak to him. I have to. Not for any particular. I have to preserve my own life, so my teammates don't kill me.
I mean, I think we're spoiling for a fight, aren't we?
Well, Gary, or some of you took notes. Forgive me if the very thing he ended on was like, "Oh, hey, good to see you." Not in those exact terms.
Uh,
I thought it was a lot more hostile.
he
Can you
said,
give me the exact phrase?
I
I
can't
sense
because
a child has come before me. You should be useful. And I thought today was just failure.
Yeah, that doesn't sound hostile.
Wait, what did he say? Sorry.
He said, I sense a child has come before me. You should be useful. And I thought today was just failure.
Ah, right. And we thought that was probably potentially referring to either me or Philly.
Billy. Yeah.
Yeah.
We just don't know who yet.
Was that useful in like you can help me with something, or useful as in I can sacrifice you for something?
Yeah.
Well,
I got that sense,
know.
but
No, I think of it as like, I'm surrounded by weaklings. Here's a strong person. Or a
yeah,
potentially
that's
strong
what
person.
I got as well from that. But also, I think that there is like a potential for me to, because we saw him like their quote unquote pilot interface with the beacon somewhat through like my machinations. So they obviously don't know how to use it or what it does.
right.
And he killed him because of that. I
Mhm.
feel like there's a good chance of us, like, even if we can't have friendly talkie talks, at least maybe like mildly intimidating the situation to be like, we need to talk, send your lackeys away or something like that.
Mhm. Um, okay, also, I know we're kind of doing this a little more freeform than linear, but there was one thing that happened before we got into the room that seemed pretty important. Remember, there was that area that was like pristine Forerunner tech that was like cordoned off,
Yes.
and there was a hologram or like a spirit of the ship there.
Yeah, the ship's ghost.
Yeah.
We
How
didn't go
did-
that way.
We
How
didn't.
did we
We couldn't
sneak
get in.
past them again?
What's that?
I believe we snuck past them because they were all waiting for the pilot to give them instructions, and
Yeah,
the pilot had been killed.
when Griffel took over the beacon, and the pilot talked to the exarch about it. What did you say? He called the pilot unclean. Oh, right, because he communed with the beacon.
Mhm.
Yeah.
How dare you say that the heart speaks with you when it has refused my prayers?
These fucking guys.
So yeah, the answer from Griffel's perspective is we might not be. Like, I'm definitely not in the mood to play like nice with these people, but I would be quite interested to try my hand at this beacon before we jump into a fight.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we could stall him and you could try to do some hacking,
Yeah.
that that could be cool. Because I think if you
I
get
want my I'm in moment.
yeah, right? I think if you get control of the beacon, you have the constructs that would work
Yes.
with us. Yeah.
And if they're still talking when I get that control, I can just ask them to come here and beat the shit out of them.
Exactly.
So yeah, here's the question, right? Like, because it sounded like you guys were like, "Hey, I think we're on the same page," and then I felt like you guys gave different answers. So
Yes, we did.
What? How dare you?
So
Morin
people who
feels
were
like a
spoiling for a
fight
fight,
is.
have you?
I feel like a fight is inevitable, but I am willing to let you guys do the conversation that you want before it happens.
Yeah, I'm interested in trying to have a fight, but like, can we just talk about like, is there a world where we let this guy go? Like, isn't he
No, not at all.
bad? And wouldn't it be
I don't
cool
think
if
there's
we
a
killed
world where
him?
he lets us go.
Yeah,
Well, we
also
have to
that.
capture him though. That's the problem. We can't
No,
just
no,
kill him. We have to we
Michael,
could
we're,
cut
we're
off his head and
reframing
raise him
this to
though.
give us the position of power. There's not a scenario where we let him go.
Okay.
Wait, what did Foxy? What'd you say? Say it again. Sorry.
We could just cut his head off and then raise him on the ship.
That's true. We do like doing that. We really only need a finger, right? Or do
That
we
would
need a
piss
head?
him off as well because resurrection is a sin.
Yeah.
But that's the ship he's from.
no, it's not.
Oh no, the 5th is the resurrection.
Which is
Yeah.
this one again?
This one is mirrors. No,
Yeah, this-
Mirrors.
extra planar travel.
Thank you.
Correct.
Just actually, Gary, is that why this particular ship was the one that was sent? Because it is the one
Oh,
that can supposedly jump to different planes of existence or different mirrors, because there would be like alienists who have quote unquote permission to do the sin in service of some greater good, presumably.
Yeah, they would be the best at it. They would be the ones that are the most knowledgeable about extraplanar travel because the alienists of the 10th are the only ones that with the official right to plane shift.
interesting.
So is that why this is the world ship that would have been, or the thing that would have been sent to attack,
Work
right?
the right thing, right? Because this would be something that it would make the most sense that they were here to do this task because they're going to do extraplanar travel, and there's probably lots of alienists on board who can do the stuff that needs to get done to allow the fleet to plane shift without running against sins because they're allowed to do it.
Okay. And do I know of any reason why someone would not be able to commune with a beacon?
Yes, there are certain people that just aren't very. Basically, the combination of not being smart enough or not being ignorant enough. Sorry, being too dumb or being too ignorant. Those are two different things, right? Someone could be very intelligent, but they just do not understand the process, so they don't know what they're doing, and it's not something that is easy to fumble your way through with no expertise. And there are people that, no matter what expertise they are given, they don't have the capacity to do it. In D&D,
Oh yeah, that's definitely this guy. He's a mouth breather for sure.
In D&D game terms, has too low of wisdom. I would say that your characters feel it is very unlikely that this creature, this person, has too low of wisdom to be able to do it. But there is sort of a potential third thing, which is if you believe that there is a methodology for doing something, but that methodology is incorrect, but that methodology is like sacred, right? That hey, we must do it this way because this way is how it is done. If that way is incorrect and you don't get the answer that you want, they might not try other things, right? It might be just to do the thing. So it's sort of like ignorance, stupidity, and orthodoxy are the three reasons you can't commune with something.
Boy, I wonder which one it is.
He's praying to try to get it to turn on, and he won't press the button.
Yeah. There is the
Oh,
implication.
great laptop.
There is the implication,
Never
right?
reborn.
The thing that was there, right, is that there is something that they view as sacred, right? Being able to command, being able to commune with the ship's heart is something that is sacred within the Imperium, and not being able to say that someone who is not the Exarch can do it and the Exarch can't, or if it's like known that the Exarch is having troubles with it, or it's some area where they're having a problem. If you show more aptitude than the person above you with absolute power, you need to be very careful in how you display that, or you're going to get murdered.
Okay,
Real
so
dear
I know
leader
exactly how to
situation.
play this, guys. Do you trust me?
Of course.
Absolutely.
Okay. So I step forward and I'm like, oh, so heard you had a little trouble with your beacon. Would you like me to take a look at it?
Yeah.
I was like, that's going to be the exact wrong way to do that. But is that the goal? Is to make it the exact wrong way to make it a fight?
No.
Because here's the thing, right? You can either do that, right? Go in, spoil for a fight, do what he would consider as show disrespect, and it's going to be knuckles and jawbones. Let's roll initiative. Let's get into this. You could instead try to find a way to talk to this guy, because he's at least starting off talking to you. He didn't just throw a fireball when you walked in the room.
Yeah.
You could start off the conversation, and then if and when it devolves into knuckles and jawbones, then go there. But y'all need to be on the same page, because it does not sound like you're on the same page. And I need for you as players to be on that same page, because you're going to get frustrated at each other if you're trying to do things crossways.
I would like to stall, but
I'm pro yap.
I'm with one. I'd like to stall enough to have a conversation with this guy while I try and take hold of the beacon. Maybe Philly, you could speak to him for a little bit and see if it's you that he's talking about. And then I'll try and take control of the beacon. And then if things go haywire, I'm definitely spoiling for a fight after that fact.
Yeah, I think let's keep him talking.
So he walks into the room and says, a child has come before me. And seems to be looking your way. And you can see that the other creatures that are in the room look like they are sort of enraptured, right? They're in some version of like a trance, with the exception of the Deva. The Deva looks like he is trying to busily go about doing things in the room and avoid notice. The other four that are in the room, they look like they are sort of just in awe in the presence of this thing, right? They all are looking mostly towards the Exarch, and the Exarch has turned away from the ship's heart and is now sort of very slowly walking down the little platform that is slowly turning below him.
Does he say a child is going before me while looking at any one person?
It's really hard to see what he's looking at because, as far as you can tell, he doesn't have any eyes. He just has like this very ostentatious golden enchanted armor, and then you can see bits and pieces of like cloud white flesh underneath, but even it sort of like flows and moves. And if you kind of zoom in on the token, you can sort of see that like his head is more like the top of a cloud than it is like a creature's head, right? He has this sort of extraplanar ethereal presence to him.
The art is in the prosperity chat, by the way.
Cool. Do we know what race he is? What
He
type of
doesn't
creature he is?
seem like a race that you are familiar with, but you've seen something that looks not like him, but is in the same category as him when you saw. Nope, that's the wrong
Thycerial.
one. Thycerial, yeah.
Oh, right. And he had like the double voice thing going on. Is that right?
Not the double voice, but the echoing voice, right?
Yeah.
And when he speaks, you can tell that he's speaking in a language, but you can tell that you're each individually hearing it in your native tongue.
Mhm.
So he's doing the supernal immortal speech thing where he's speaking supernal, but everyone can hear him as if he's speaking their native language.
Can I, because I do speak Supernal, do I like get any maybe additional insight? Like, you know how sometimes words have like slightly different meanings when he says like a child has come before me?
Yeah.
Good question.
Thank you.
Where is the wording? Hang on. So the child is the undeveloped that looks towards the clouds. So basically, the could also be like the aspiring one could be the child,
Okay.
the one who aspires.
Okay, that didn't answer anything. I think there's 4 possibilities. There is me. There is
Uh-huh.
Baneslayer. There is Griffle, and then there is the helmet.
So where I want to start session is how you when we are ready to go, and it sounds like you guys actually are now on basically the same page as we're going to talk until it's time to fight.
Uh-huh.
But planning on doing both talking and fighting. What I want to do is who is responding to him saying, the thing from the end of last session, right? I thought today was just going to be a failure.
Okay.
And opens the floor for you guys to respond.
It should be me or Griffle, and I think Griffle wants to do something else.
Yeah, I'm on board with it being Philly while Griffle hacks.
I'll say I don't know would I know what's appropriate and an appropriate honorific.
So you guys know enough about the Imperium to know that he should be called Lord Exarch.
Uh-huh.
Whether you would like that as the sort of generic official title, right? If you're being respectful, you should call him My Lord Exarch. If you don't want to do that, you can call him all kinds of other things, but that is the, most neutral way to do it. You're not being subservient, right? That is like, it's kind of like calling a foreign king or queen your majesty.
I don't want to be subservient.
Would you?
What?
Would you be subservient? Because if you are talking as someone from the Imperium, then you would
be.
call him Grace.
Do they know that? Is it assumed that he knows we're not from the Empyrean team?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah, does he
Uh,
know?
because we masqueraded coming in as Stent.
Mhm.
So maybe he's calling us child because he's assuming that one of us is an alienist.
Oh, that would go crazy. Okay, anyways, I'll
But-
say Your Grace.
Yeah, because the appropriate way to do it would be Your Grace, and then you call him Grace until he gives you a name to refer to him by.
Okay. I'll say Your Grace then. I'll say Your Grace, we are very honored to be in your presence in this moment. We would appreciate a short talk about the situation. I don't know.
No, I mean, again, you don't have to be. The goal is not I need to be as diplomatic as my character. I need to give me a good summary of what the character is going to say, and that sounds excellent.
Sure.
So you see that, and you could tell there is this sort of flicker, right? When you guys walked into the room and he turned around, he has a thing that he's holding in his hand that turns from being a flickering sword into a staff and then into just like a cloud that sort of flows through his fingers. And you see, like, when he looked at you initially, he flickered it into the sword and then flickered it into the staff and then just made it the cloud, right? Which is sort of like holding it ready. It doesn't look like he's got gathered power to like unleash a spell or something. It just looks like he is prepared in the same sort of way that someone would be talking to you with their like, with their coat pulled back so their sword arm is free. Like not not a hostile act, but an act that shows I am ready for whatever's about to happen. And when you kind of say this, the question is do you want to give me a diplomacy check or something like this? Now the question would be, you could also give me like you're trying to play into the religion, right? I want some sort of social skill here, but it could be a religion check, it could be an insight check, it could be it's how you're playing into. If it's insight, you're going more along lines of you're reading him and seeing what he wants to hear, right? You're filling in the blanks to kind of keep the conversation going. Religion, you really play up the iconography, the Imperium language, that sort of stuff. How would Filibuster go about it?
In this moment, Gary, I'm just trying to figure out who the fuck he's talking to. I don't know what you think is appropriate in that moment.
So, like, your
I
character knows.
would float between religion or insight, kind of.
Yeah, this guy is basically the theocratic ruler of effectively its own small nation of like 100 million people, right?
Uh-huh.
So this guy is like the theocratic ruler of a country. That is who you're talking to. And not only that, but they are, for most extents and purposes, the story is that the exarchs that are here are the same exarchs since the fall. Your character is aware that that's probably not true, but it is more true that there are likely to be very infrequent changes of the exarch, right? This someone who is likely around until they are deposed. They don't like die of old age or retire or anything like that. So this person might have been the ruler of this country for thousands of years.
Oh, maybe child, like he said, aspire, like someone who could potentially be my replacement.
Someone who aspires, looks up. Where is the quote? Looking up to the clouds, right? You're someone who's down below, looking up, but there is this sort of like aspiring to something greater, looking up for guidance. That's the feel of the supernal word that was used.
Yeah, maybe that is me. In that case, I will do religion.
Okay, hook me up. Actually, this would be a hidden check because it's one of mine. Sorry, I've been playing other systems. I've not been. Me having to remember how buttons work.
Well, because you also described his head as a cloud. Wow, words.
Did I? Is this just not working? Do your buttons not work? Hang on.
That it doesn't work when it rolls like that, but yeah, it works.
Good to get that one out of the way.
Philly, are
Hang
you
on.
sure you didn't roll
what's up?
Drock's button?
I'm gonna
He,
make sure.
he said hidden roll, so
Yeah, it won't let me roll.
do you want me to re-put me on the field?
Hang on, I'm gonna click other people. No, I need to reload because it doesn't let me. Yeah, here we go. It's just not letting me roll anybody's.
You know, Jumpgate might fix this.
Mm.
We'll be right back after this sponsored ad.
Good shit.
Sorry, I've had the window open for like
3 months.
3 months. Yeah.
Just waiting, biding his time.
Gary's been sitting at his computer just like lovingly stroking his monitor on the Roll20 page.
There we go. All right, now it actually worked. All right, and now I need to look at DCs because again,
He
playing other-
didn't roll a hidden roll.
I did roll a hidden roll.
Oh, you rolled a separate one?
Yeah, that
Yeah.
was him testing and
Oh,
The
okay.
30. The 30 was me testing because I was trying to see if it was just talk to myself that wasn't working, but no, it was the whole thing not working, and then I reloaded.
That's okay.
All
The 30 is not good enough, anyways. I would have rolled higher.
So
didn't,
you
though.
kind of go, you lay into this, you see him nod, and there is this sort of instant rapport, right? Where you could realize, oh, there is a kind of call and response that's being called for here. I've been addressed, I've been given the floor, and you feel as if you've given what seems like the appropriate reaction. And he looks through the others, and you see sort of a sweeping gesture, right, where he doesn't have any eyes, but you can see is this sort of like yellowish gold light, little like beam of it passes through from his face, looking at the group of people, and says,
I sense the presence of several of those who are properly anointed. You and that one. But are you from Ukinzies? Or are you here to report of another failure?
What was the word he used? Ukinzian?
yes, so he does.
Do I know what a Kinesian is?
I'm going to type this into chat, and then I'm going to have someone make me a streetwise or history check.
I can make a history check.
Kidian is the guy.
I can make a streetwise check.
My history is not that bad.
I have a 19 history.
Does it have to be just one person?
So one person for each type. So like one person can do history, one person can do streetwise, etc.
Okay.
I'm gonna
And we can
streetwise.
help.
Morin should do streetwise.
Okay. So more in streetwise, and one is history.
Philly, is your history better? Than
Certainly
mine?
not.
Okay. You want to assist?
Am I allowed to assist?
Yes.
I assist. I need a
Probably
15.
Make a check. Yeah, you need an 18 to auto assist. So your
Okay.
bonus needs to be plus 17 or better.
Dang.
Drock, give me a
Fuck.
streetwise assist.
Oh, I don't know if that's wise.
Yeah,
Let's
I did it.
Uh,
I assist.
Yay. Okay,
Actually, my
Two.
streetwise is not bad. I could assist.
I know.
you should assist.
Skill check.
Oh, I roll real bad. That's without the mod though, so it's really 28.
So 29 and 28, respectively. So you're not entirely certain what he's talking about, but it does seem like something that you guys should know about. Like this is something that he's being like, hey, this is a common knowledge thing. He's asking, are you one of this branch of people? You think it's a category, like,
So
are you a soldier or something like that?
I have a
Can you please
question.
type the word.
Yeah, can you
It might
type the
be-
word?
it might be a Josh question rather than a Morin question, but because we identified ourselves as from the fifth sin, is he referring to the exarch of the fifth sin?
I would also assume that. Although, do we know his name is Oglinzy?
Yeah, I was looking through notes, and I think I said during last session that you wouldn't know his name, but I had
Yeah.
in my notes that you had his name from something earlier. So
Aegis also would have given it to us.
Yeah,
if we had
and-
asked.
Oh,
correct.
okay.
Asian would have known you, and the other one that I have is Lanishta is the other one that you know. So according to my notes, you know two of the exarchs' name,
Is Lanishta from the 10th?
the fifth. So Lanishta
that
is the fifth, and Oglinzy is the 10th.
Do we know the one from the Raining Blood? Because we were gonna see that guy, right?
No, you do not know. That's from Sin the Second. That's from Divination.
Yeah, when she was trying to take Baneslayer, she was like, "You gotta wait for the
Correct.
Exarch," but she never said his name.
Correct. I don't think
Their
you guys
name.
got his name.
Oh, we're on 10, not 2. Okay.
Yeah, we're on
Right.
10. We've been on 2. but
We've
we're
been
now
on 2. We are now on 10. We said
said
we
we're
were
from
from
5.
5. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you re-ask the question? Are you from Eukidzian, or are you here to report another failure?
Yes. Are you Eukidzian, or are you here to report another failure? So he thinks
But you're
those are
saying
you're from
Eukidzian is
this
a title.
thing, or you're here to report failure. One of those two things.
That's
So that could be the way that they like would he refer to himself as Oglinzian? Is everyone on the ship Oglinzian? You know?
Might be.
Yeah.
I would say something along the lines of I would rather something like I'd rather kill myself than report a failure to you, or something like that. Like, so if it's like I refuse to fail or something, kind of in that realm of speak. I don't know how exactly to phrase it. Do you need me to exactly phrase it?
No, I mean you could do something sort of like I would sooner report, I would sooner take my own life than report a failure. Basically, is the summary of kind of what you're saying to him.
Yes.
Is that the idea?
Yeah, effectively that.
So, I mean, there's no bluff in there. Like, you're kind of being like, no, that's just not who we are. And he just sort of like stares at you, kind of trying to figure out whether you're being serious or not, before turning over it, like looking over his shoulder, looking back at this sort of great beating heart behind him. And the ship's heart that's behind him, that's beating and glowing, has these tendrils of energy and light that are coming from the ceiling that are connecting to it. And you can see there is this moment of hesitation, and then he looks back down and says,
Then why? Why are you here? I have been shown things that would destroy you. And I was not shown this.
you can tell when he looks back that he's focusing very heavily on Philly, to the point where, unless you guys do something to stop it, people who are not named Filibuster are going to take a step back. And that is a question for the rest of the group. You guys get this impulse to step back.
Like physically, or like as a story?
I don't know what you mean by that.
You said, well, step back could imply they need to step back physically in character, or like as players in the game this moment.
No. Like, you're the, Griffle, Drock, Morin, one of many. They get something that is effectively an attack. You can choose to let it hit you, where you are going to be forced to take a step back, where Filibuster is not, where Filibuster is sort of drawn forward, drawn into the attention of the Exarch. And Griffle, Drock, Morin, one of many, you guys can choose to just let you guys take a single step back, Or you can try to resist it, right? You can say, no, I'm going to stand my ground. But it is this supernatural effect of his focus where he's refocusing his energy on Filibuster. And when he does, there is this sort of like exclusionary area around Filibuster that opens up, pushing people back away.
I would let it happen.
Yeah, I think I'm the same.
I would not let it happen.
Morin hates religion.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if one of us doesn't, then the jig is up.
It's up to you.
Yeah. I guess
So Morin is not taking a step back?
No.
What if, because Morin's beside me, what if I just gently pull him with me?
He whispers unspeakable bond.
Hence, you're with me, buddy.
34 versus your will.
That'll hit. Yeah.
You take a step back.
Okay.
You just sit down.
So he focuses on you. You can feel the sort of kind of casual warmth, right? Like it feels like you're in the morning sunshine when he's paying attention to you. It doesn't seem harmful. It just feels like that that presence that the others seem to be like enthralled in, like basking in. You're getting some measure of that. Like this creature, when he pays attention to you, you feel supernaturally good about having his attention. It fills you with a certain kind of joy.
Like when my
And-
wife looks at me.
Yeah, like that. So when that happens, when that light comes over you, you can feel Baneslayer start to vibrate and hum. And there is this sort of word of caution coming from the blade.
It's not this is an aberrant caution. It's like just be wary.
There
Is
is uncertainty from Baneslayer. Like Baneslayer's not trying to give you advice, trying to give you any sort of action. Normally it's very direct. This is just Baneslayer sort of vibrating slightly to let you know that it's there, that it's paying attention, and that you need to be wary.
I'm allowed to send like images, right?
Mhm.
I would send back the image of like us in the Dements with all the people standing around Baneslayer.
And it sends back the picture of yourself in the Dements with the fog around and the glittering lights of the gate behind, and a look of confusion on the face that is Baneslayer's, but it's your face. I know this is the DM calling on something that's a little bit far back. Does Michael understand what I just said? Because Filibuster would understand.
Just like, well, did you say uncertainty or wait? What
Do you
specifically?
remember what happened? Does the group remember what happened at the when you got to the gate with Baneslayer? What happened with Baneslayer at the gate?
He got like all sad.
Did he get sad?
It was kind of like he was having a stroke.
It was like forgetting its purpose. Like, didn't we have to remind it of who it was? Like the colored light, which
When you say gate, you mean the big tentacle thing? The big like
The-
fog?
the
the-
brightly colored door.
Multicolored.
Or the brightly
multicolored-
colored door?
Yeah, the multicolored door.
I don't
Because
recall what
those, well, the multicolored things were like part of the, what is it called? Like the Weaver, that ancient like proto-supernal thing.
Mm-hmm. Weaver
was
of
like
last threads.
Yeah.
I thought there
And they-
was we killed the invaders and then there was a fog and he was like totally out of it and we convinced him to like cut through the fog.
But like, so the Weaver we know, or we were told at one point, like can change the domains to like reshape reality. And I think we thought that the Weaver was like changing basically Baneslayer's like nature or domain. that right?
Because the moment that I'm trying to kind of, because you brought this up, right? You showed this thing to Baneslayer, and Baneslayer is pretty good at, when you give it something, trying to recontextualize it as what it's trying to say or do.
Uh-huh.
That moment where you guys as characters and as players, Baneslayer was like, we should do this. And then everyone looked at Baneslayer and said, no, that is not what you would recommend.
Oh,
What?
okay. You are talking about the low point. That's all we need to share, right? Where he's kind of like bitched out. He's like, oh, we should not fight, run away.
Yeah.
He says like, we need to protect these people. And you're like, that's not how you function, right? Like, you guys immediately recognize that something was off.
Mhm.
That moment of recognition that something was off, and when you brought it to his attention, then he had that like crisis. That's the image that Baneslayer sends back, is that crisis moment that it experienced in the Dements.
Mm-hmm. I don't know how to respond. I'll just can I follow up with the following moment where we just fucking sliced, like blasted a wall, like a giant tentacle in half? Like, this is who you are.
And it sends back this sort of like comforting presence and a feel like the blade wants to be drawn. And you get this sensation that what is in front of you is the tentacle.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So that's what Filibuster is doing. Going through here, stepping up. The Exarch is approaching.
Am I being forced up?
You're not being forced, but there is this like compulsion, right? Like, you could resist it if you wanted to, but you can feel the Exarch wanting you to come closer to talk to them is making you want to come closer to talk to him. Like, its desires and the things that it wants to have happen seem to be infectious. They seem to be basically something you want to make true whenever you're in his presence.
I'm afraid to enter the aura, to be honest. That's kind of scary.
And you can see there is this sort of like, as he steps forward, and you can see there is this distorted reality near him. And when the other creatures that are in the room, when he leaves that area, when he leaves the aura, they sort of slump down and then look around, and then very slowly look like they're starting to kind of come back to their senses, like they leave that trance-like state that they were in. And they don't seem to be bothered that they've left the state, but it's sort of like they were enjoying the passage, right? So taking a moment, I'm using a lot of sun metaphors because it fits with the feeling, right? Taking a moment of like, you're stepping between two dark buildings or going through an alleyway, and there's just like a beam of sunlight and it's warm for a moment. So you like pause for just a second, and then you keep walking, right? Like, it's not going to make you stay there forever, but it's a nice moment that passes. And that's the sensation that you get from this guy's attention. And it looks to be some sort of much more concentrated version of that is what the others are getting when they're next to him. So while Philly is doing that, I'm going to have that be the first part of this. Philly, did I remove you from the initiative order? I think I did. Then I will go to what someone else is doing. Griffle, is this hacking time?
This is taking over the beacon, hacking. Can I hack it?
So you can feel that you're in the presence of a powerful beacon, but it doesn't feel like it's controlled. It feels like it's just sort of let to do whatever it wants, and there's nothing really at the helm. And that doesn't seem like it's a new thing. Like, the pilot was just killed, but this place doesn't feel like it's orderly. It doesn't feel like there's a process. It doesn't feel like there's someone who's in charge of stuff. Like, every time you get onto a ship with a beacon and you kind of get brought into the confidences of the person who is controlling the beacon, the beacon has this sort of contained feel to it. That's not what this place feels like. This feels like it's just sort of raw power everywhere. and someone is occasionally like stepping in to kind of nudge it one way or the other and then go back to what they're doing. This
Okay.
feels like a beacon that's allowed to run wild.
So I guess my first thing is like try to reach out to whatever is metaphysically nearest me that's like pretty basic. So like maybe I'm thinking about like a system that would be pretty non-essential, pretty low security. Maybe just like the sensors or something to that effect. Like,
Okay. So
like the external sensors, because I think the internal ones would probably be higher security.
So you go and you extend your senses out. So by default, this is a dungeoneering check. Kind of all of this engineering stuff is dungeoneering, unless you have something else that you think it would go with. So
No,
dungeoneering.
I'm good with the. Is it a me check or a you check?
That's a you check because you're going to know whether you succeed or fail.
Cool. That did not work. Did everything break while we were gone? Engineering.
Yeah. It
Oh,
did work.
sorry. It did work. I just didn't see it. Okay, sorry, my bad.
No, I think it's what happened to you is what happened to me is that Roll20 was just being super laggy for a minute there.
They're
Okay.
really pushing for jump gate.
They're really pushing for it. So you go, you tap in, you get some of the things, and what you can feel is this just incredible wave of noise. It's kind of like every time there's been a sensor alert that a pop-up has opened and no one has closed them for hundreds of years. And so what you get is this just wave of static and confusion of the beacon has just been set running. Like it's a computer that's been left on with some automatic stuff that works and just
What's the
never
most recent
off.
alert?
You can see that kind of going in, you can go through the external sensors that there are just row upon row upon row of damage reports. External damages.
Yes.
Like some of it looks like it's potentially things that you guys caused, but also it looks like this is stuff from the last several days to several weeks of warfare, right? These are alerts that have just never really been properly dealt with. And so you can see that there are minor system damages just all over the ship, and there's sort of automatic repairs that are in place for a lot of stuff. But even the places where the repairs have gone through and the ship has tried to protect itself or regenerate itself, even still, the record of, okay, there was damage, it's been repaired, hasn't been closed. It's still there, left kind of unread.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is Foxy's personal hell of opening opening 4 million unread messages that are all pop-ups on the same screen.
Oh my god. Okay. Is there a like command line like is there a mark all as red button?
There does seem to be something like that, but not for these sort of like critical systems update, right? Like something like there's a spot on the ship that's venting into space. There isn't a we'll get to that later button. So there are things that you can do that with, but this section, the external sensor section that you jump into, isn't like that, and it's this noise, and it doesn't feel like it's being filtered or controlled, really monitored at all.
Okay. Go to someone else and come back to me later. I'll have a think about what I want to do with this.
Sounds good. Drock, what are you doing? Because you're watching the Exarch get closer, watching Philly kind of come up and talking with him. What is Drock doing, seeing this thing?
Am I still actively being pushed back, or was just the once?
It was one step. You were basically, it's sort of like think of like everybody kind of lined up in a line, and it's like, hey, volunteer, step forward, and like one person steps forward and everybody else steps back. That's the kind of feel there was.
Okay.
You weren't being dismissed. It was clear that the attention was not on you.
I want to stick like close enough to Philly that I could lightning rush, but I don't want to like be too close and draw attention of the Exarch. So I want to stay within like 4 or 5 spaces.
Okay, so you're going to be trying to will yourself to stay close enough with the focus on filibuster, and it does not seem like it is difficult to do that. As you're watching this, and as the Exarch is getting closer, you can start to hear this sort of sing-songy melody coming from your waist.
From my waist?
Mm-hmm. From where your flail hangs.
Oh. Okay. Can I focus on that and try and understand what it's saying?
Does anyone here speak Elven? I don't think so. Maybe?
I do.
One of me does.
Modern Elven. Doesn't Drock? Is that not a part of his Summer Night?
I don't think it is yet. I think it is later.
Yes, I do.
Let me see. So it's definitely not Modern Elven. Okay. One of many, what you're going to get from it is there's some sort of like rhythmic repetition song that's happening in a couple of different voices where they're repeating the same series of verses. The most closely analog thing that you can get, although you don't understand what the words are, is something kind of like row, row, row your boat, right? There's 3 different voices that are singing the same song, but out of sync with one another.
Yeah. Okay.
And you feel like as they're singing, they're getting slowly more in sync.
Huh.
And Drock, the 3 voices are from the 3 heads of your flail.
Yeah, I figured that when you first said the 3, and
mm-hmm.
But still not understanding the why.
Well, if you have anything you want to do other than stay close, let me know.
No, I think that's all. Just staying within range.
Okay. I have a question. The heart of the world ship, like, I guess in this room I'm trying to like, it looks like other rooms that I've been in on world ships. I guess I'm trying to like figure out how the room functions. Like, wasn't on Faith when we touched the heart, we got brought into Celestia?
Yep.
So like, I guess I'm wondering if we went to the heart, would it like bring us somewhere? And like, what are these heads on the sides about?
I will say that this is something from last time, just as a refresher. This stuff that's down here looks like from when this place was Minotaur controlled, and it's by far the oldest sort of structure that is not original, right? So you have like the original pieces here that look like Forerunner tech, and then you have the Minotaur stuff that looks like it's right after the Forerunner tech, but it is long since fallen into disrepair. It is old, and then there is the sort of stonework that's been brought in over top of it that looks significantly newer. When you were in the other spot, you think that where the Minotaur heads are, it's like they're evoking what it looked like inside of Faith, and not it is the same thing. Does that make sense?
Like maybe the Minotaur replaced what was originally here.
Or maybe they've seen a room like that other room, like the room in Faith, and made like a version of it here, but with Minotaur heads. Right. Okay. So this is meant to evoke that thing, but it looks like it's an ancient version, right? There's been several layers of culture between the original thing that you've actually seen. Then this is something inspired by that. And then this room has changed since then, because there's just this huge gulf of time that has happened between the original, what this place was, then what this place was used for, and then now. But the only stuff in the room that looks like it's still in very good condition is the mechanism tied directly to the thing in the very top center of the room. This.
Mhm. And does that mechanism look like it's Forerunner or Minotaur or
It
newer?
looks like a Forerunner tech. The only thing that is out of place is some of the design and the filigree of things doesn't look exactly Forerunner. It looks a little more magical in nature. It looks a little bit less like sci-fi tech. And you can, if you zoom in a little bit, you can sort of see that there are on this thing. I think on here they're just little triangles. But do you see these triangles? I'm using green.
Yeah.
Probably a different color. But these little triangles here, you can see these are there's dials that are here, and below the dials is a bunch of writing that is in the proto-supernal, like the older than supernal writing that you've seen in a couple of places. And that typically isn't on Forerunner tech. Forerunner tech normally
Yeah.
just has Forerunner on it. It doesn't have
Mhm.
the proto-supernal stuff.
So would I think, yeah, because we know that the Weaver was proto-supernal.
Mhm.
Would this seem almost like an artifact that indicates that there was some relationship between those two cultures,
Could be, yeah.
which we haven't seen before, right? We have
Mhm.
not seen that before.
Correct.
Mm. Okay, and then do I get a sense, like, and maybe this would be more of a question for Griffle, even with the helm, but like that there is a portal in the heart?
Um, so Griffle with their connection through the helm would be able to recognize if there's extraplanar stuff.
Right.
You know that there is the beacon is that heart thing, and it has the capability of extraplanar travel. Whether it is itself a portal or not
Mm,
is not really knowable because it's going to look the same to the ship, whether
okay.
it's a thing that can plane shift the whole building
Uh-huh.
versus whether it's a portal that can be open and walked through.
Right. Okay. All right. And then I have one last question. I'm wondering how my orb is reacting to being here.
It is floating as if nothing else is going on. So it normally rotates around you, right? It orbits around you. It does not seem to be reacting in any special way to anything in the room.
Am I able to like connect with it really at this point, or still kind of no?
To some degree, it kind of you need it to be sort of active, right? Because normally it's completely black, and then when
Right.
it clears up for a second, you can commune with it.
Yeah.
Right now, you still don't have enough control to kind of get through it while it's
Not.
all black.
Yeah.
But yeah, if it is not all black, if you can do something to sort of get its attention, then you can then communicate with it.
Well, I guess I was wondering because Philly, when he talked to Baneslayer kind of communicated the imagery of the Weaver, and I know that the orb really does not like those guys. So I guess I was wondering if it would like be
Yeah,
on
that seems.
alert in any way.
You would think that if that's what was going on, that yes, it would react. If it thought that there was Weaver nearby, that it would react probably very violently.
Okay. Is there any way, like if I did shaped consciousness, do I think that the Exarch would notice and be mad?
You think it's very unlikely that the Exarch would fail to notice using shape consciousness?
Hmm.
You would know that shape consciousness is not directly in violation of any of the sins.
Hmm.
So it doesn't like you're not doing anything that is I can't remember.
Automatically bad.
I'm trying to remember. There's a word for that. Uh, not
Forbidden.
verboten.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Not foreboding.
God, it's not forbidden. I mean, it's forbidden, but it's whatever the religious term for forbidden is. My brain don't work.
Heretical?
There's nothing
Yeah.
heretical. Yes, there's nothing heretical about creating an illusion.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't really want to risk it, but I would like to see if I could kind of like, I don't know, like direct my attention, like maybe open my senses to Exarch and the heart and see if the orb reacts to either of those.
Sure. When you say you open your senses up, right? Is that like a detect magic style thing of opening your senses? Is this a detect
Yeah.
psionic style thing? Like,
Can I do
what
all of
is?
it? Like I'm just trying to like bring the orb's attention to the main players in the room.
So, can you do all of it? Yes. You can't do all of it all at once. You got to kind of pick a lane to open up your senses to first, and then you can sort of calm down and do it again.
Okay.
So you would either need to, if they're the kind of trained abilities, right? So you'd either need to detect arcane power, or you need to detect psionic power. You open yourself up psychically, open yourself up arcanely.
Which one was the Weaver?
Weavers are arcane normally.
Okay, then I would start with Arcane.
So when you open your arcane senses up, this room, you can sense that there is arcane power in yourself, in your companions. There is magic in the world. There is magic in this room. Place isn't a void of magic, but there's no real power here. There's nothing that sticks out to you, right? Like when you're opening your senses up, sometimes if you look into a source of powerful arcane energy, it's going to be like you're staring into the sun.
Mhm.
You get that feeling when you open up your senses that there might be something there, but it's not. There's a bunch of like low level thing. This to your arcane senses could be any room in the ship. It doesn't look like it's the heart of the ship.
Mhm. Okay.
And yes, filibuster, that is one of the iconic things that the readers do, which is they can use more than one sense at a time.
Mm.
All right. So one of many opens her senses up, detecting, looking around the room. Morin. Josh.
Sorry, I forgot to unmute. Since I'm the only person that attempted to resist the compulsion, would I have some more information about what exactly that attack was?
You think that it was just sort of like an unguarded thought, right? It wasn't like a I am looking at you telling you to step back, right?
Mhm.
It's more of these ones are not the thing I'm paying attention to, so I'm sort of putting them on a shelf and then I'm focusing on this other thing. And that was the sort of thing you got, is this sort of psychic backwash from this thing putting you guys outside of his notice and focusing on filibuster. Where to you it felt like an attack. You don't think he would consider it an attack. You think he's just not caring how much of his will is sort of affecting those around him.
Okay. And would I kind of think that this is tied to his aura and that's why the False Keepers reacted the way they did when he walked away?
You think it's probably some version of like concentrated version of that is within the aura. Being close to him gives them some sort of rapture like effect.
Okay. Uh, I'm concerned for Filibuster if he steps into this aura.
I'm not.
You
But it
would
makes
say
sense for
that,
you to.
though. Kidding.
Think of all the power.
Um, would my spear have any insight onto what it was that washed over us?
Yeah.
And was it purely psychic or was it also divine? Because I know that one of many is looking for arcane sources of power.
It felt like it was psychic. The spear would react if it was divine power.
Yeah.
It felt like it was a compulsion, and the spear reacted positively to it. Right, like that is a ruler, that is someone in power, in authority,
Yeah.
commanding another that it thinks is lesser to go do something else. And the spear's like, yeah, that's what you do when you're in control. You use your authority to do whatever it is you want.
Right. Okay. Um. Okay. I feel like this is just an opportunity for me to be positioning. So
Yeah, if you guys want to move your characters, you may do so as well. I would say that it would be difficult to be to be as close as Filibuster is to the Exarch or closer, right? Because you're gonna have to deal with that thing where he's not paying attention to you. But yeah, you could spread out if you so choose. And then I'm gonna go. Morin, if you have something else you want to do, let me know. Otherwise,
No, I
Griffle.
think I would just kind of stand next to Druck.
Griffle, did you have an idea of what you wanted to do before I go back to the Exarch speaking?
Sure did. I'm making a play for the internal comms. I'm giving up on the sensors. I don't want to deal with the notifications. It's going to take me ages. I'm going to go for the comms.
Okay. Let's see. What was your check? Because I'll just cash it through because it's the same thing. Am I blind? Where's your check? 30, I thought? No, that was me. Where's your 32? There it is. You go towards comms, and you feel as if you're touching like your head is touching a live wire, that there is something going on with comms. And at first you get the impression that like, oh, this kind of feels like sort of the same thing with the notifications that you saw from the external sensors, right? Where everything's turned on all the time. And then you can feel that it is something like that, where the internal communications basically are intercoms or something like intercoms throughout the entire system, but they're just left open at all times. There's no privacy settings. There's no care about who can hear or who can do whatever. They're just all channels are all open, but they're also all busy. They're all full. And there is this thing like you're getting a busy signal from the internal communications from the ship. But there isn't like a bunch of noise, right? It's not like thousands of voices overlapping, which is sort of what you get from the notifications sort of stuff. It's like this sort of soundless, wordless, really powerful tone that's filling the internal communications with just noise.
Okay.
I still use dial-up on this ship.
And is it the same on every channel?
Yeah, it feels the same on every channel.
Okay.
Could that be the Exarch trying to talk to the beacon?
Does it resonate on any level with me?
So you look, and I'm assuming you guys are somewhat using your psionic communication to kind of relay this back and forth, right?
Yes, please.
And so, like, I'm thinking like Griffle's like, hey, this is what I'm sensing, so that one of Minnie can go, hey, do you think that's the Exarch communicating? And then when you compare what you can see in front of you to what you can see in your head, they do seem to have the same signature, the same spell signature. What's on all of the channels, that sort of wordless, pervasive sound has the same spell signature as the Exarch.
Can I start? What access level do I have? Can I check my own permissions?
So you don't see any. You don't see any permissions that exist. You kind of go to pull it up, like, hey, what is my status? And that returns a null. There's no variation of status. There is no.
I set myself as super admin and then start restricting permissions for everything.
So when you go and try to, control, hey, I'm going to take this thing over, you feel like the ship around you kind of writhe and move. And in your head, you feel the entire ship shudder. The movement is on such a macro scale that your characters can't feel it at all. But the entire ship shudders, not willing or not being able to kind of give up its freedom to allow something else to control it. And you get this same thing, like you just tried to grab hold of the reins of a wild animal that immediately bucked you off.
Oh. Okay, change of approach. I'm gonna seek out the mind at the center. I'm gonna seek out the ghost.
So you see that, you feel that, kind of go, all right, I need to get cut through things, and then kind of go back to the Exarch and filibuster.
So, you have come before me. You have things to share. I can sense power in two of you and a void in others. Tell me, I need to know from where you hail. This ship, it seethes with disloyalty. I can feel the heresy pouring in as those that doubt feed failure, feed their worst nightmares with their insecurities, with their disloyalties, their heresies. This ship, if it gets worse, it might need to be purged, like the days of old. But you might be a little light to salvage.
You see he's getting closer and closer, and he steps forward, and you enter into.
Ooh, I want to know. Slowed.
So there is this sense of
I'd
like
sleep.
joy, of like you don't want to move, you don't want to go anywhere, you don't want to do anything. It's sort of like this contentment that breeds apathy when you're near the Exarch. And you can feel as he steps forward you, there is this thing where he steps forward, so he can tell that you're affected by the presence of him. But then he asked you a question, and you can tell he's sensible enough to step back. So he sort of sees that it affects you, and then you see him kind of nod to himself and take a step back and wait to see what you're going to respond to.
The question he asked is, "What do you have to tell me?"
Yeah, basically, he's saying there's a bunch of things going wrong. You're not what I was expecting. You seem to have a couple of people that have power. So he looks at you and looks at Griffle, and then says, and a couple of people that are a void, and looks over at Morin and one of many, and says, like, you've got a weird mixture here. You need to tell me what's going on. And you get the sensation that there was like a politeness to the way that he's asking, but there is the assumption that if you do not give him the answer that he wants, or do not give him an answer that he understands, he's going to ask again, but he's going to step forward so you're affected by his presence again, and then he's going to demand an answer. Not like a harsh thing, but like someone who is supernaturally able to get exactly what the answers that he wants out of people, is aware that he can do it. He's giving you the opportunity to speak for yourself first, but you can tell that he has that, and he's used to using it all the time to just say, I don't actually care if you're going to give me the answer. If you want to give me the answer, you are going to answer me if I don't get the polite version of the answer.
And he makes no mention of me, like just kind of ignores me.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to pay attention to Drock at all.
Classic Drock.
Is that Triptychos shielding him?
Probably.
Not sure.
Wasn't there something else where they couldn't see Drock? Mab, right?
Mab
Was
could
she-
definitely see Drock. Mab
Yeah.
could definitely see Drock.
Because
Was there
Mad saw the summer night.
Right. Was there another creature though that just like didn't acknowledge Drock one time?
Mm-hmm.
Who was it? Gary, it's
Shrug.
been 3 months.
I know it's been longer than 3 months since that happened.
Give us one. Don't make me look through all these notes.
Was it Shadow Mantle?
Oh, maybe. Was it Shadow Mantle, Gary?
It was Shadow Mantle.
Oh,
There's been
Okay.
more than one thing that has had this reaction to Drak. Shadow Mantle is one of the two things.
And so Shadow Mantle, in some ways, has been because he used to work with the adversary back when he was in that temple doing that necromantic thing.
Hmm.
I had to learn some ancient Elven.
Is
Do I have to go in this
Triptychos-
moment?
Sorry, is Triptychos still singing?
Yes, still singing its song.
I wonder if that has something to do with it. Triptychos was quiet with Shadow Mantle, though, wasn't it?
No, the heads were talking to you during the conversation with Shadow Mantle, because you used Clotho during the conversation. Used her vision.
Right.
Do you have summer night power still, Drock?
I think so.
It could be interesting to know what Clotho thinks about the Exarch.
According to my stat sheet, I do. So yeah, I wouldn't. That's actually a great idea. I want to. I don't know what to ask. Like I want to invoke Summer and look at the Exarch, but I don't really know what to ask or do with it.
Well, it's Mother now, right? When you look.
Yeah, it can be Mother. I thought it could be Clotho if I like focused on Clotho.
I don't know.
I'll hold off for now. Let's see how this plays out, but it's a great idea.
Can I pass for a moment? I'm gonna type something up. Is that okay?
I'll
Or
allow
no?
it.
Well, I'm asking Gary more than anyone else. I don't know how urgent my answer is.
I mean, he's talking to you, so yeah, if you want to give me something at some point, great. But you don't have to come up with an immediate response. If you want time to type, by all means.
I just need a second to think about what I would like to say, and I think other people have probably an idea of what they want to do.
Yeah. I mean, if Griffle, because Griffle did have an idea kind of at the quote unquote at the end of last round, so I could go to Griffle for a minute as well.
Yeah, go to Griffle.
And in Hacker space, Griffle changes.
In
To go-
the Matrix.
He goes,
Hello?
yeah, I can hear you. Oh, can you hear me?
Oh, cool. Yes.
Yep. So you go and you said, all right, new plan. Go find the ghost. Go talk to the ghost.
Go find the ghost. So I'm not quite sure how to do that, but my thought is that even in a non-physical space, there must be a center somewhere. So if I think about it like a 3-dimensional web with branching, if I keep following a branch to the next most important or critical system, eventually I should reach the center.
Mm-hmm.
So
That sounds like a great
how
plan.
would I express that in game terms?
So it is a little bit of how you feel like you go about it, right? Again, it's by default you could do dungeoneering as well. You already have. I'm going to keep the sort of dungeoneering check from previously, so you're at kind of 32 for dungeoneering, unless there's something changed, like a change that happens.
Yep.
But it's also kind of how creative you want to get with it, right? Like it's if you're going through, you're treating this thing like a web. If you're treating it like a giant city, you could do something like Streetwise. You could try to use your insight, your knowledge of how the systems connect together to be like, okay, I'm going to jump from, I jump from external sensors to internal sensors. I'm going to go from internal sensors to this. I'm going to go from this to this, and kind of jumping
Right.
around. Trying to get
I
to.
think I'm actually hunting for signs or something of like free will. Like I'm not necessarily like looking for consciousness in the sense that like we would know it, but I'm definitely looking for like signs where like things are not just automatically happening.
Gotcha. So decisions are being made, I guess is the
Yeah.
Okay. Da, 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 da.
I could see that being insight.
I feel like insight makes the most sense. I'm actually looking on something here, right? Because you're the other kind of way that I was thinking of phrasing it, right, is looking at something like diplomacy, right? Because you're having to kind of talk your way through.
Speaking,
You're speaking
yeah.
Um,
I'm not trying to communicate with it just yet. I'm just trying to find like
right.
where and how it's affected its own systems. Because like the ship's still got to fly, right? Like
Mhm.
they have to have like, if the beacon is not the thing that is controlling like the basic trajectory of flight in a 3D space, right? Then there has to be either another system or they have to have somehow like just put a request to the ghost to say, can you please take us here? And the ghost must have then like acquiesced to that at some point.
So I think insight still makes the most sense because what you're going to be looking through and what you're going to be doing is looking at sort of the systems as they're being accessed. And I would say that your character is able to pretty quickly get that this thing functions more like a creature than it functions like a system or like a ship.
Yeah,
Where
that's why I'm changing tactics.
yeah, where as you're going through, you're thinking that the people here are less like pilots and more like handlers that are just trying to aim it. And so you're looking for, where would people be putting in requests for things? And kind of how do I follow those path lines that others have used to look for those decisions? Which sounds like an excellent insight check for me. What I'm going to do.
Okay. Oh, for you, insight check for you.
Yes. So I'm going to make the check because this is not going to be obvious if you get sort of like lost in the sauce. I don't remember your character sheet well enough to remember if you have any like. I'm going to ask. This is not just a question for a Griffle. This is for everybody. If anyone has any like, I can re-roll a skill or et cetera, let me know because with hidden checks, right? I normally pay attention to re-rolls and things and being like, oh well, it would make sense if they would use a reroll here, right? Because you should be able to use it even if the roll is hidden. Not that you rolled not that I rolled poorly as you. Just that's what I'm thinking about. What you can do and what you can sense is that there are dozens and dozens of these input terminals. These things where it looks like, oh, someone would go and do like minor commands. Where on a ship that functions in a way that you're used to it, someone who has basic permissions would be able to go and do things. Great example would be on your ship. Your ship has an input terminal for the table that allows you to get food, where you just go up and say, I want X, Y, or Z food. The table makes you the food. You're able to eat the food. You don't need any special permissions other than you're allowed to be on the ship to use the table. When you go and you look through here, you can see there are dozens of those, and they're all flooded. They're all full of something. And there is this sort of refrain that you can hear and you're able to sense.
Hear me, O light. Forgive my sins. Renew your love in my heart. I am righteous. I am willing. Speak to me, O light. Hear me, O light.
Again and again and again. All of the input terminals are flooded with that message.
I wonder if this beast is sick of hearing that.
But
So, Billy, have you had a chance to respond?
Kind of. I don't know if I'm happy with it. But I don't know really what to say anyways. So let me just rip it. I'm kind of playing a character, but I'm also trying not to lie.
Okay.
Okay.
Again,
I'm
also
kind of-
the note of like if you're trying to not make bluff checks, it's not whether you lie, it's whether you're intending to be deceptive, right? So you can say lies and be trying to tell the truth. Like trying to not be deceptive, right? You're trying to express what you need to express.
All right, I'm gonna say this, and you. Okay, I'm just gonna say it. Actually, let me phrase this. Change this. There we go. All right. I'll say something like this. I'll say, oh, what's happening? One of many typing.
Yeah, sorry. No,
Oh, okay.
unrelated.
Huge thunder in the desert.
Yeah.
I'll say, we are thankful to be in your presence, your grace. My companions and I have traveled far and purged many heretics who would threaten the way reality should be. We have witnessed many of the same heresies you see within the world ships as our pilgrimages to each carry us, and we are grateful to have arrived just in time with you here to assist in correcting the issues to which you bear witness.
1 second, hang on.
That's okay. I hear a gorilla.
Okay, the monkey has gone. So he nods, he listens. Does Drock, One, or Morn have anything that they want to add, change, etc. before I respond as the Exarch? And then we'll get to what they're doing.
No.
No, I don't think so.
I'm basically saying we have done a lot of killing in. When I say heretic, it's from my perspective in this moment.
Sure.
I tried to word it very specifically.
Yeah, I think that's great.
So, you are Yukidide. I can sense her lust for death on you. A pilgrimage, you say. What I've been shown, it would satisfy anything for death. Ajun Jay has shown me a flood, a horror beyond all that can be imagined that will flow from all the mirrors into the real world, into the world of the faithful, and it will drown all others, consume all others, until everything is one, everything is destroyed. It is that vision, that pilgrimage, that must be undertaken. Perhaps I was wrong to only commit my fleet. If you are making pilgrimages to the others, is mine the first? No, the second that you have visited. No, the third. I sense 3 ships of the great world on you, and the shadow of a 4th. You are well traveled. You are either great spies or great champions. Tell me, what are your names?
No. No.
Okay, but maybe he wants to ask us 3 times.
Is he asking all of us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, wait. No, he's outing us. If we have a
Yeah.
name, that's not what he wants us to be.
You can tell he's on the fence, right? He's like, either you guys are like infiltrators and spies, or you're champions, right? Like you guys are either really high up in the confidences, or you're charlatans. He's like, they're one of the two, and he asks what you're.
He's clocked us.
Wait, does he? But does he assume that we're champions of the faceless?
No, he assumes that you're champions of the fleets, right? You guys are champions of the Imperium, or you are spies. You are infiltrators.
Which is
Oh.
exactly what we're imposters. Which is exactly.
I like
what we
Morin's
are.
answer. Por qué no los dos?
Does he speak modern common Spanish? Do we know?
So can I clarify with what he just said? He said a lot of things. So he said we are Eukididae,
Mhm.
Eukidian. And he said he could sense her lust for death on us. So we could assume that that is another exarch.
Eukidian.
And then he said he can sense that we've been to 3 world ships and the shadow of a 4th.
Mhm.
The shadow of a 4th is because we were sent back in time. We have been to 4 world ships, kind of.
Okay, wait. So we've been on Sin the 2nd, and now we're on Sin the 10th. What other ones have we been
We
on?
have been on Prosperity. We have been on Faith. We have been on this one, and we've been on the one that we went to save.
Divination.
But
We saved the party, the other party, the other.
Yeah,
right.
Like,
it's in the second.
But he wouldn't consider world ships on Sulban as ships that he senses on us, would he?
why not?
I don't know, because they're not part of the Imperium.
Question. So you guys have been on Faith and Prosperity?
Yeah.
Haven't we also been on Hope?
Yes.
So that would be
We've
5.
been in Hope. Yeah, I don't think he's counting Sulban.
Oh.
So I think
But
we've
then-
been. Yeah.
Oh, didn't Gripple get a vision of a different world ship?
Yeah.
I certainly did. It was. Artifice, whichever one at Artifices.
The
Okay, so
9th?
the 8th, Gary says. So the shadow is probably that one. We know we've been to 2 and 10. Well, what's the third one?
Was there one at Tantarus?
No.
Is it counting Mother Summer?
Hmm.
As a ship?
Yeah.
It's the shadow of a ship.
Because she is a beacon?
Well,
Or is it
beacons
counting?
she.
Yeah. And she's so big that what else could she? But then why wouldn't they count Mab?
So
The shadow?
actually, hang on. I was gonna say there should be some more information here, but I'm gonna make a check real quick because someone reminded me, and I don't have this in this section of the notes, but it definitely should be a thing. One of many. You know Supernal.
Yeah.
So when he talks, you can understand when he's saying different things, he doesn't say what the numbers are,
Mm-hmm.
but he does give them an order.
Okay.
And he is making the assumption he can sense that you've been on something that's early in the order, so a low number ship.
Okay.
He implies that it must be true that you're on a mid number ship, and then you're on a high number ship, and then he can sense the shadow of one just below. So it should be a
9th.
8th. Artifice.
The one
if
your
that's the one you had the vision of.
So it's because the helm used to belong to the pilot of Artifice.
Right.
Mm.
Right.
So this is what
So
he.
the helm's actually been on Artifice and was connected into its systems and stuff.
Well, that means that could you ask the helm to connect? Like, wouldn't it be better at connecting with this system?
Wait. No, hang on. No, the helm was not on Artifice. It was. Or was it? Hang on. Gary, can you remind me? Was it that I was on Artifice, or was it that I was on that we were witnessing Artifice?
You're witnessing Artifice. So that the helm has been on a world ship before, but you do not have a direct connection with it.
Okay. Okay, so then maybe not that then.
So
Well,
I would say
so-
that your characters would be able to the language wise, you're pretty certain that first number is probably Sin the second.
yeah.
And the
last one is definitely 10.
10.
Yep.
And so the other two are one, he's implying that you're on one number between 3 and 9. And then he says that you have a shadow of another one between 3 and 9 on you.
So the implied one might be 5 because we said we're alienists, right? Isn't that Sin the Fifth?
Maybe.
That's true.
Dent is from Sin the Fifth.
Yes, he is.
Is that Resurrection?
Yes.
No. So you guys are getting things somewhat confused, I think.
Surprise.
Send the seventh is Resurrection. And yeah, that is where Stent is from.
Wait, 7?
7, I think.
Oh, we thought it was 5.
I thought it was 5.
Hang on. Because 5
I'm
is
trying to load the Prosperity Master list where I have a list of all of them, and it's not loading for me.
Oh, I have it up. What do you think? What are you looking for?
So there's a list of the world ships and their names.
Oh, yes. Okay. I've got that. So 5 is excess.
Yeah.
7 is resurrection.
Because I think he's from. Sorry, I'm looking at my old notes as well.
Yeah, so Stent is an alienist of Resurrection, whichever
Yeah.
number that one is.
Send the
7.
seventh. Yes, not
Okay.
the 5th.
Okay, so he
Does
said.
that change anything about the order or what you've posted already in the chat?
No.
Okay, so
Okay.
he said Sin the
I
second
posted
first,
it.
then a 1 in the middle,
Mm-hmm.
and then the 10th, and then 1 just before it.
Yeah.
Correct.
So that could be 7, 8. That would
Yeah.
make sense.
But the helm was not on Artifice, right?
No, the helm
Um,
was not on Artifice.
Yeah.
Oh, which
But
one
the
was?
helm has witnessed Artifice attacking presumably a legion.
I wonder if it's because it can sense the primeval, the Force primeval, and so assumes that we've been on the 9th.
Mm. Oh, yeah. Isn't Drock covered in the Force Primeval?
I think multiple
You
of you
can't
are,
see drop.
And me.
but 1
I-
in Filibuster are.
Yeah.
Oh, so maybe that's what the shadow is, because you have your spice bread and Filibuster has something else.
Mm-hmm.
The question has still been put before the group.
I'm
You're
saying my
right.
name. I don't care what anyone else says. I don't care.
Well, he's
I have
gonna
no
know.
fear.
He's gonna know that we're the ones who did that thing with that Deva.
What?
But
Did we say our names then?
did we not? I guess I assumed we did.
Anyways, my name is Filibuster.
You're talking about the person who trapped you in the ritual.
Yeah.
And then did the Rain of Blood thing. Some of you gave your real names and some of you did not.
Cool.
Yeah.
Who gave fake names?
Probably me.
One of many.
I think it was one of many, and I have to look up notes. I thought it was one of many and Morin.
I've never given a fake name
I have.
Okay.
intentionally. I very intentionally always say I am called Lauren.
I know one of many did. I don't remember who else did.
Somebody talk to
I
me.
think I must have actually.
Yeah, because I think someone else used like a fake name, but they weren't trying to make it. My memory says that one of many used a fake name, but used like a good fake name, and someone else used a fake name, but was like making it obvious that the name was fake. Like, no, I'm called Bob, or something like that.
That sounds like something Drock would do, if I'm being honest.
My name is Guy Incognito.
Yeah, it was something like that. Was what my memory of it is, and I don't want to go fill the notes. And yeah, and that's the thing. He's saying that like he's been given a vision. He's seen, and he used another name in there, which I'll type out. Hang on.
Yeah, he had some. There was definitely some capitalization in there.
Yeah, Ajun J was the one. Was the one with the female pronouns, right?
Yes. So Yukide and Ajun J are both female. So Ajun J and Yukide are both female pronouns. And Yukide he senses her her lust for death on you. And then Ajun J showed him the visions of things pouring in from all of the other mirrors into the real world until everything was the same and everything was destroyed.
So can I just take
So
a
then-
moment? So this one is the Exarch Eukidzian of
This guy is
Sin.
so this guy is a Glinzy.
Oh, Glinzy. Okay. How can
So
you write that out?
yeah, I typed it out. So Glinzy is his name. Yukide is one of the other exarchs that he's talked about, but he assumes that you're associated with. And Eukidzian
Okay.
is like someone who works for Yukide.
Okay.
like-
So
Okay.
do we know what number any of them are associated with?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Because the only two that I have notes on here that you know of are Lanishta and Aglinzy. Lanishta
Okay.
being the exarch of the fifth, and then Aglinzy being this guy.
Okay.
I mean, if he thinks we are Eukidzian and he senses 4 ships on us, don't he think that he would think it was weird if one of those 4 ships wasn't Eukidsy?
Um,
uh
I have a
where
question,
is
which is
so Lanishta is the exarch of the fifth. We know that.
Yes.
Okay.
how.
X's. Okay.
Can I ask how we know that Lanishta is the exarch of the fifth? Because
do not.
I thought that the reason we knew the name of the exarch of the fifth was because we were masquerading as Stent from the fifth ship, and that's why we would know their name.
I unfortunately do not have them in my notes. I have the list of the names and what they mean and the different titles, and then I have next to Lanishta and Aglinzy as known. And I just have
Okay.
as you guys to do so.
It could have been something that like Rancer or Rinky told us in that extremely long conversation we had with them.
Yeah, Lanishta, it does have to deal with the Fifth Fleet is very much in conflict with the Legion all the damn time.
Okay.
So maybe.
And then so now we've just heard the names of 2 other exarchs that we don't know their jurisdictions. So that's Ajunje and
Yukide.
where's the other one?
Yukide.
Cool.
And I think oh man, I think Ukide is going to be it's in the second because Ukide was sharing the visions.
No, Ajun J is the one that shared the visions. Yukide is the one that he assumes that you're working for, and he's the one that he says he can feel your lust, your lust to kill, your lust for death.
Okay,
And that is murder.
could be.
4.
Maybe that would be the exarch of the second because that's divination, right?
Ajun J would be divination if they've shown a vision,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I'll put that as a question.
Okay.
So he says all of this. What filibuster is by default the person responding, unless someone else has something they want to do or respond. What does Philly say? You've basically been called out like, hey, either you're high
I'm
up
saying
in
my
the-
name.
You say your name. Does anyone not say their name?
I'm-
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I want to not say anything and just see if he'll even acknowledge that I don't speak.
Okay.
I think that's smart. I would say whatever name I gave on send the second.
Okay.
I would
And
say
Morin says, my name is Morin.
I'm called Morin, yeah.
And Griffle.
Hmm. I don't have anything in the names we've been called or images projected on us sections because I joined too late for that.
You're a morning lord.
Oh. I think that would be an immediate no-no, though.
I'm a Morning Lord, and I'm here to talk to you about your Beacon's extended warranty.
And I'm here
Yeah.
to play.
Look, I think Griffle's a pretty honest person, and I also think I would be very distracted at the moment. So I think I actually would just give my name. Yeah, I would say I'm called Griffle.
Exalt, for you are in exalted presence. We speak names again. What is your name?
Told
No.
Oh.
He's just making sure we're not adversary.
Wait, that's what I said.
That is not what you said.
Yes, it is.
Somebody said it.
So as he says this, one of many, you get this feeling of pressure inside of your head that is very uncomfortable. Like something about the world feels like it's noticing you gave a false name. It doesn't feel like you're going to be forced to change what you're saying, but it is very uncomfortable to like you feel physically ill saying a false name the way that he's sort of calling out names.
I do, or my dark passenger does.
You're not sure.
I'm gonna push through.
Oh, you're shot. You're done for.
Mm-mm.
Does he ignore me
Redemption
still?
in the third act.
He doesn't respond at all to Drock. Like he doesn't react to he seems to be acknowledging everyone who's saying their name, doesn't react to Drock not doing anything.
I repeat
So-
my name.
You guys do a repetition
I.
of names. When that happens, Filibuster, you can feel the Baneslayer focusing their attention around you, like looking around, searching. Like its attention is on what's going on here. There is this sort of holy feeling, right? Like he's doing like an invocation, maybe not like a full-on spell or full-on ritual, but something ritualized that he's trying to draw something out.
Make my voice speak with power.
Lies, lies. Deceiver, I name thee.
You can hear that last little whispering echo from Baneslayer.
Exalt! Exalt, for we are all bearing witness to the real, to the world as it should be. exult in your names. Thrice asked, thrice done.
You can see the Exarch, he lifts up his hands and goes to call on your name again. And Baneslayer is vibrating with something, some sort of powerful reaction.
Ooh. Wait, can I? Actually, I want to pivot. Can I say filibuster, comma Baneslayer?
So you go to say filibuster, and then when you go to say Baneslayer, you feel like the words don't come, like something doesn't work.
Okay.
And you realize it's because you're calling the weapon Baneslayer. And there is this thing, like you can say Baneslayer, you can sort of force it out, but it's not the right thing, right?
Okay.
So it's sort of like one of many giving a fake name. You get that same sensation. You can still do it, but you can feel like it doesn't fit quite right.
Okay.
Would you try to find the right thing that works, or would you just say Baneslayer? Or would you say nothing?
What is the right thing that works?
That's a question for you. What would you try?
Wait, what's my title? Where are my notes?
What's going on? Does anyone else say something that isn't their name?
Me still.
Yep. It's
Yep.
uncomfortable, but you can still do it.
Did I not write? Where's my notebook?
Number
Is it the Baneslayer?
Nimbus of Sparks? Oh no, Progenitor of Peril, Venom Hand, Twisted Skyne, the Earl.
No. The title as of my church. Because Gary
Church
and
of
I
Boundless?
discussed Church of the Boundless.
Yep.
I don't have my fucking notes.
That's fine. You got to say that. You can say that, but when you get the impression like you're trying to draw on the weapon, you're trying to identify the weapon, and you sort of fumble for it, and you realize it's because you're calling the thing by what it is and not by what it represents. Yes, the thing is Baneslayer, but the power behind Baneslayer isn't the sword. It isn't what this thing is. Where does it Baneslayer draw its power from? Like, where'd you get it?
An angel that no longer exists.
So would you try to use one of the names? Would you try to?
Yeah.
So which would you use? You go to sense it and you feel your sort of mouth seems to work with both words. Would you kind of say filibuster, leader of the Church of the Boundless, and you get the sensation that you could use either Zlectherial or Tyserial. Both would work.
Which one's better? Wait, I'm a divine oracle, bro. I would say Tyserial.
So you say Tyserial, and the Baneslayer, the weapon, just erupts with radiant light. And there is this beacon of light that kind of spreads out around the room for just a flash, sort of filling everything with power for a moment. And then it fades. And that sort of supernaturally high focused, attention grabbing, the sort of vibrant, golden, enchanted armor look, right? There's sort of the persona around the Exarch dims slightly in the remembrance of the light. That there is this sensation that something has changed, and the Exarch takes just a half step back when he looks down. Like he noticed that something was different, and he's not certain anymore.
You have power, indeed. I could use this power We could use this power. If you will give it to me, perhaps we could turn the tide back. Go back to a defeated battlefield and change our task. I did not trust the dead ones to be our sides in battle. Perhaps the righteous fight on alone. Yes, that could be the path.
Matt, can I reply?
Yeah.
I would say my power is not for you to use, and it is not even for me. It is for all people.
So he kind of like smirks and nods and then just sort of gives a, of course, sort of hand wavy gesture. You kind of get the impression that he's like, yes, that's the story we tell. So that's what's happening with the conversation. Drock, you get the sensation that all the stuff is happening around you, and you can see visibly that it is affecting and impacting everyone else. And you can sense through the psionic link you have with everyone else as they're talking about what's happening. But you don't feel any of it. This supernatural sense of attention, the sort of like pushing aside, the light, it's there, but it doesn't feel as impactful as what everyone else is describing. It's like you're sort of an observer here, not really a participant.
Mm-hmm. And I definitely don't want to draw attention to myself yet. I want to kind of still stay close, but kind of not draw attention, right? Just stay near things and see how it plays out.
Gotcha. One of
The
many.
Triptychos is still chanting, singing?
Yes. Still singing the rhythmic song that's slowly going down to being just the same tune, right? It's the repetition is terminating, right? The idea of like the row to your boat, but like they're going at different speeds, so they're eventually going to be saying everything at the same time, but they're not there yet.
And I still haven't learned how to communicate with Clotho or Mother without using the site, right? I can't just have like a conversation with them without drawing too much attention.
Not yet. Yeah, you've got to use. You got to pick up the mantle of the summer night in order to communicate.
Yeah, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to draw attention yet, so I'm gonna hold off.
All right. One of many.
Good question. Well, I guess I didn't sense anything arcane, so I would try to sense psionic.
Uh, What is stats? That's the wrong button. There we go. You're not quite sure what it's doing, but you can sense that there's some powerful psionic effect coming from the Exarch. You don't know if that's just like what his aura naturally reads as, or if he's in the middle of doing something and normally it wouldn't look this vibrant. Either his just sort of resting state is equivalent to you being, the middle of a powerful psionic ritual, or he's in the middle of a powerful psionic ritual. You're not sure which of those it is. It seems like he's natively very psionically powerful, but you don't know. You can tell that there is a potent sense of psionic energy coming from the Exarch that is being actively used. And that seems to be the only thing in the room that it reads as psionic.
Okay. Um, can I my suspicion is I wonder if he's trying to communicate with the beacon. Based on that, can I like tap in and see if he's like using telepathy.
Sure.
I'm thinking like maybe he's sending that prayer out.
Yeah. So I can see that being something like again, a lot of your force of personality stuff ends up being intimidate.
Mhm.
But you can also do it as like perception or insight. I can see those as well. I did an arcana check for the detection.
Mhm. I
It's
would
kind of
think insight or maybe yeah, maybe perception. Just I'm trying to like because I would imagine like if you are using psionic, there must be like a direction it's emanating or like a focus of it.
Mhm.
Like I don't know what telepathy would look like to one, but I feel like it's reasonable that she would be able to tell when telepathy is happening.
Yeah, and you get the impression from this guy that like he wants to be obvious, I guess is the best way to say it.
Uh-huh.
Like he's not, maybe he could hide what he was doing, but he's
Mhm.
not.
Yeah.
So I made the check, and uh, when you're like, okay, he has this psionic power, what is the sort of directionality of this? What's going on? And at first, you're like, okay, well, he's got to be reaching out, he's got to be doing something. And then what you can sense is that purple aura on the map, that aura around him, that aura of worship, that
Mhm.
aura that seems to be sort of overwhelming some of the deva that get too close to it. That in your mind's eye feels like a giant helmet. It feels like a shield, like a barrier protecting the Exarch from anything outside. And it feels like the exterior of that shield, there are hundreds of little points of contact. What feel like the psionic equivalent of like the tap on the shoulder, there are hundreds of them touching the exterior of the dome, where it feels like there is just none of them are powerful, none of them are nearly powerful enough to break through, but it feels like it's sort of like I think of it kind of like a loud tin roof in a rainstorm, right? Where there's impact, it's not going to get through the roof, but it's very noisy. And it's very clear that this is sort of a defensive measure. This is a protective thing that's keeping what's inside from connecting from what's without.
Wait. What's the dome that you're talking about? Like the dome of his aura?
Yeah, his aura is
Uh-huh.
creating a dome around him. Oops, that is.
Okay.
And you can feel that there are tons and tons of psionic contacts coming
Mhm.
from outside of the area, like from away. Kind of, you get the same sort of thing that you would get if someone doing ascending. If someone was
Mhm.
doing ascending, it would feel like this, where it feel like they kind of like tap on the shoulder, the open communication. It feels like he's getting maybe hundreds of those a second.
Mhm.
None of them are powerful. None of them have any chance of breaking through, but they're getting them, and they're just sort of plinking off of this dome of psionic power around him.
Huh. Could I like telepathically intercept one of those raindrops, as it were?
Yes. You hear a voice in your head.
What does it say?
Hear me, O light. Forgive my sins, renew your love in my heart. I am righteous, I am willing. Speak to me, O light.
Wait, are those the psionic messages going into the Exarch?
Yeah, that are not making it through.
So are
Wait.
these prayers to the Exarch then? And the Exarch is making the same prayer to the beacon.
Or is he redirecting them to the beacon, maybe like without meaning to? Are they being redirected?
They seem to be coming from everywhere to the Exarch, and
Huh.
not making it in. What is Morin doing?
Oh God. Could I get some clarification on what he last said? Because I don't know if like the voice changer changed in the middle of what you were saying, or if it was two different people talking.
It was two
Um,
different people talking.
okay, so was the first one Baneslayer,
Yes.
and Baneslayer called somebody a liar?
Yep.
Was it talking to one of many?
You don't know.
And then my second clarification question is: have we at this point said our names 3 times or just twice?
3. That was the third iteration.
Okay. And his response to us saying it 3 times was
A confident nod. Like, yes, good.
okay.
All is as it should be.
Um, I feel like this is still a tense situation, but maybe leaning away from a combat at this point, potentially, or moving that direction. Uh, but I know for a fact that I will not be tipping that needle anywhere except towards combat if I start getting involved in a conversation. So I am watchfully waiting.
Okay.
And I'm
So,
also prepared to stab one of many in the back when she gets corrupted by the adversary in a second.
all right. So, he did the evocation, all that sort of stuff. What is Griffle doing?
So I found I was looking for evidence of like choices being made or inputs being set, and I got his prayer, right?
Mm-hmm. You got not just once, but like hundreds of the same voice, the same prayer.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
so
But no actual inputs, right?
Yeah.
so Griffle's hearing that prayer from the Exarch out, but then one of many thought it was others praying to the Exarch?
Griffle has heard the prayers inside the communication systems, right? So it's inside of the ship.
But you said it's all from one person?
It seems to have the right spell signature to be this guy, but she doesn't see any connection between, like, this guy's not standing in front of a microphone, although from the way the ship is doing it he should be.
And then one of many saw him or saw those same prayers, same exact prayer kind of bouncing off of his thing?
Yep. The aura around him.
In
So-
his voice.
In his voice, yeah.
Oh, in his voice bouncing off of his aura.
So it's
Mhm.
definitely him, right?
Okay.
Seems to be, yeah. Everything seems to read like him.
Right. So I'm just going to, if I like try to talk directly to the beacon, like, or to the ghost, am I gonna just get drowned out by his prayers?
It seems to be, yeah. Like, these are the
Yeah.
points of communication, the terminals, right? This is the access points for the beacon.
Yeah.
And it's like the commands are being flooded by this prayer.
Can I take over one channel and just like remove him from it and leave it open for me?
So you go to kind of push one of the ones that are active off. You feel this sort of weight in your head push off to one side. Like, rather than, kind of like you're physically grabbing someone and pushing them away from a terminal so you can get next to it, kind of that sensation in your head. But it's like you didn't grab a person and push them aside. It's like you pushed aside someone's finger and that their hand is elsewhere, that there is this huge presence that you're sharing the room with. And you're just kind of like nudging open a little bit of space to sort of squeeze in and get to the terminal.
Yeah. Okay. I wonder how much he's going to notice that.
So what do? You kind of go, all right, you've got system access for just a second.
Got some access?
What do you
Okay.
do?
So can I tell if I send a message through this channel? Is it just an open channel, right?
Seems to be.
Okay. And so presumably the ghost and the exarch would get it.
Presumably.
But
Okay.
the messages seem to be pinging off of his shield.
I'm going to send a. I'm going to send the equivalent of a meaningless noise. Like, think like uh you hear, like when you're on Discord and you hear someone like move their microphone or something, like it's an incidental, like the line is open but it's not necessarily like an identifiably person noise.
Okay. You do so.
Hmm. And then I want to see what registers.
You get this sensation of the system responding to you, like it's aware that someone is next to the terminal and
Mhm.
is recording information, right? Kind of like a voice activation. So you
Mhm.
feel the voice activation cue,
Mhm.
but nothing else happens other than it's just like, okay, the line's open. Does seem to be
Okay.
working.
I
have a
want to
question.
say
Oh,
yes.
sorry. Well, when the Exarch killed that guy for talking to the beacon, the Exarch only knew because the guy told him.
Told him. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna say, are you there?
There is no access file for this information.
I look at the exarch.
Hasn't reacted.
Okay. Okay. You can so I felt like it was like resisting my control, right?
Yeah, and it still feels like it's not giving you permission to do things, but it is communicating.
Cool.
And
Okay.
it feels like you're communicating with a peer rather than communicating with something that should be listening to you. You should be
Yeah,
able to.
any ideas, gang?
I mean, I think you should tell it a little bit about who we are and what we like to do.
Okay. Uh
I think the Exarch is too busy shouting like really
Yeah.
loud to hear anything.
Okay. Oh my god, that's it. He's drowning his own, he's drowning in the sound of his own echoes. That's what it
Basically.
is. Okay, so I think what I want to say is do you wish to be, hang on, let me write this out. Do you wish to be free of this noise? And when I say send noise, I'm not leaving markers indicating like auditory. I'm leaving like noise in the sense of like all of this stuff that is clamoring for your attention.
Primary soul buffers will be refreshed once cleansing of the system is complete. Primary protocols are engaging in 800 cycles.
I did not understand any of that.
Did you not understand because of the voice changer or because of what it said?
Yes, yeah.
The
Okay.
voice
both.
is a little hard.
Gotcha. Because it is
Some
supposed
some
to be
things are clear, some things are not.
disruptive. So it says the primary soul buffer will be cleansed once, or will be cleared once the cleansing protocol has completed. Cleansing protocol scheduled to complete in 800 cycles.
Hang on. Hang on.
Wait, the
Soul
buffer will
buffer.
be clear.
What's a soul buffer? Do you know?
What's the cleansing protocol?
If that one's not hard to, or if that one's too hard to understand, I'm going to use a different one next time. It'll still be the same. Hey, this is a new voice, but it's not going to be. If the other one's too hard to understand, then I'm not going to.
I don't like that one. That
Okay.
sounds cool.
I like it.
Cycle is not a unit of measurement that we are aware of. I just had a quick look at our standardized time, and a cycle is not one of them.
Correct.
So I will inquire how long in spans, which is like a day. Oh no, a span is like a week, right?
Yeah. Span is like 3.5 days or something.
Yeah.
Cleansing protocol will complete in 0.4 spans.
So a span is 55 days. Sorry if that changes you. I just looked it up.
Yeah. Oh, so yeah, it should have been. So it would have been. I think you meant to ask in bands.
Yes, I did. Yeah, I mean which is 5.5 days. So yeah, I mean to ask in bands.
So it says 0.4. Then 40%.
Oh, sorry, a day. So like a
Yeah.
seal, not a seal. A seal.
The
A
seals
seal
are
an hour.
Seals an hour.
Oh,
So like 20 seals or so.
Yeah. Okay. And
So-
what? Yeah, you go.
So it's doing something to like clear its queue, and it will take a day to do that. Is that the cliff notes of this?
Well,
Seems
didn't
to be.
the Exarch say something about cleansing the ship
Yes.
Yeah. Why did he say that again? Sorry.
because of the
He said-
heresy?
Yeah, there was something heretical about like I guess traveling between planes was causing issues.
So his little speech was that the people aboard the ship failed. They failed at their mission. They failed at what they're doing, and their failure is infectious. It's causing this disease of despair and failure. Like basically, the beatings will continue until morale improves. Is more or less what he said.
Okay, I don't know what to do here. So you said the beacon's acting more like a wild animal that could be guided with the right application of.
Yeah, and when you're talking to it here, one, it's very difficult to understand, and like your character has a hard time understanding what exactly it's saying. It's part of the reason I'm using a voice changer that has a lot of disruption in it. But the other piece is that again, a normal beacon would ask you for inputs. Hey, this is what's going on. Do you want to change anything? Do you want to do all this other stuff? Or would tell you can't do that. This one's not doing it. It's just telling you this is what's happening. It's responding, but it's responding like you're asking a person, like you're asking like one of the crew members, hey, what's going on your ship? And it's giving you an answer.
Okay.
Can you? I don't think we've ever done this before. Could you ask it if it knows who it used to be?
Yeah, I will 100% put that question. Do you know who you were before you were an echo, before you were a ghost?
I was a mirror placed before the beginning. I was one who watched those who walk.
Walkers.
I was a mirror. I was the one that was placed before the one that came first. I was the one that watched those who walk.
A mirror?
Or a mirror.
Mirror.
Yeah. Wait. A whole plane? That can't be
4
right.
planes are named after these things.
Like the way a star is a seed, a mirror is a something. Sorry, can you type that out, Gary? I don't want to mess it up. Thank you.
The one who came before. That's isn't it the name of a walker?
Harbinger?
Mm-hmm. A mirror placed before the one who came before, one of those who watched those who walk.
But a mirror is not capitalized.
Yeah.
Mirror is not capitalized. No.
So does that mean that in the actual sense of like a reflection of?
A reflection of, yes. So I was a reflection. I was just something there before this thing. I was here to watch it, to show what was there.
They are called star shadows, right?
They are.
Yeah.
So wait, we know that there was like a certain number of things that were removed from reality,
Mm.
and 5 of them or 4 of them became walkers.
So this is my proposal for what I want to say. I want to say, we are those who fight against the walkers. Would you aid us?
I
Would
like
you
it.
guys be okay with me saying that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Send it.
So the phrase was, "We are those that fight against the walkers." Sorry, could you say the phrasing again?
We are those who fight against the walkers. Would you aid us?
The fight is lost. There is only destruction now. Only worship at the altar of what was. The world ends. I see nothing worth watching anymore.
Oh my god, it's a self-destruct sequence, guys! The fucking ship's committing suicide! Oh.
When it sends that, you look, and when you see the what it's doing as it's firing stuff off, you're pretty certain that that's what the cleansing protocol is. It's a self.
Yeah. Oh my god.
This is full circle.
Yeah, we stopped another ship from self-destructing.
All we have to do is fix the power supply issue, and if I had any guesses, there's a beholder in the basement using a lot of fucking power.
Okay. Are you guys good for me to keep talking with this thing? Like, I
Yes.
feel like we need to keep going with this. Okay. So it's basically saying like the fight's already lost, there's no hope. I'm just gonna end it.
But we bring hope.
Yeah, you literally are hope.
Okay, so I'm gonna say we are the bringers of hope. Look for
Look to the sunrise on the third day.
yeah. Look to
The
the
red sun
dawn.
rises in the east. Blood has been spilled this night.
The
But-
queens are um
The queens are free.
yeah, I'm just yeah.
And your kind has returned.
Yeah. There we go. So we are the bringers of hope. Look to the dawn. The queens are being freed, and your kind is returned.
You say that, and okay, go ahead. Sorry, you're gonna say something,
I was
Josh?
gonna say you could also add the wall can be repaired.
Ooh, that's a good. Yeah, I will add that in. Yep.
You say that, and there is this sort of like background hum, almost like the sense that you get when the computer or when the ship is actively doing something, when it's performing an action. But you can also kind of reference that because this thing is acting more like an individual, like a thinking, like pause moment. In that moment, there is this incredible silence where when you say that phrase, the prayers stop. And
Okay.
you can see as you're watching this sort of like psionic shield and all these little things plinking on the outside of the shield, they stop plinking. The sort of dome over the Exarch looks clean now. It's not getting plinked with all of these messages again. And you hear this voice in your head, Griffle, speaking to you through the communication system of the ship.
You say hope, and I know it for true. What hope do you bring to my ship?
Is this the Exarch?
It sounds like the Exarch's voice in your head, but it's not sort of full of the grandeur of the Exarch when he's talking, right? There's not this pomp and circumstance. His voice still has that power to it, but they're like the way that things are phrased, the way it feels like someone who's asking a genuine question, not someone who's sort of flaunting their power. And so that's what's happening
I
inside.
think this message went through to him. I think this is him asking the beacon because he thinks it's come from the beacon.
Oh.
Mm.
The Exarch bows to you and says, and you see a little flitter of flame around the side of his face that kind of looks like the impression of a smile more than it actually looks like a smile.
Ah, so you can bring things with you. Good. I have need of strong servants. I will not cause you to give your power to me, but I will have you lend your power to great cause. We must return. Return to the field of battle. Return and seek our glory. The Imperium cannot fail. The ever victorious army will overcome. Always.
You see the Exarch turn and for the first time sort of acknowledge someone else in the room, and sends a message in Supernal.
You, child, tell the ship we need to return. Give it my command. We shall see what fight we can bring with us.
Oh, he thinks I'm here to be his new pilot.
He doesn't say it to you. He turns to the Deva that's over in the side. This guy who's trying to kind of.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So he just kind of turns his back on you and walks away. It looks like he's issuing commands to start the ship back up, to send the ship back into battle.
Oh,
Can we tell that it's going back to the plane of the Iron Tower?
That would be a good thing.
it would be a good thing.
Probably.
So Griffle talked to the computer, and when the computer responded to Griffle, the Exarch heard it and thought that his prayers finally got through to the ship. Is that what we're understanding?
The Exarch's voice seemed to be responding to Griffle.
So
There's two different Exarch voices, though.
There are, correct.
Yeah.
And Filibuster, the Exarch that is in front of you, seems to be like, yeah, we've got to fight. This changes things. We'll jump back into battle. We'll go fight on. But the one that's talking to Griffle doesn't seem to be doing the same thing. There's some sort of disconnect.
So
Okay.
do we think there's literally a second Exarch, or do we think that this is like
No, he's putting a face on.
okay?
He's lying.
Is he not the Exarch? Surely he is.
Well, I think he is the Exarch, but he doesn't have this power that he claims to have. And that's why Baneslayer called him false.
Oh.
That's how I have interpreted all of this.
I
And so
thought
what he's
Baneslayer
doing
was-
in this moment,
when he said his name.
so when what he's doing in this moment is putting on a face for the crew because he heard something from the machine he didn't expect that you triggered. But
putting
he's
on a face.
asking for guidance from the machine.
Gary,
that
did
he's seeing.
he say his name when we all said ours as well?
He
No.
did not.
He
He
did.
asked for your names. He didn't say his name at all. But looking at him, you get this impression that he is not only the Exarch, but you get this feeling that you know his name. But he didn't say his name. Hasn't said his name at all.
Can
I think
can I speak up in this moment?
Sure.
Can I make a
I'll
suggestion
s-
first before you?
Yeah.
This could be a time to look through Summer's eyes to perceive illusions.
I think this is a walker in disguise.
I am also concerned about that possibility.
Mm.
Or it could be a weaver,
Hmm.
because they love fucking up domains, right?
Like, why would a Exarch have psionics? That seems weird.
Are the weavers psionic?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. All right. That. Yeah. Okay. And Baneslayer didn't get an aberrant feel, right?
Correct.
I feel
But the
like
weavers
Baneslayer would
aren't.
be able to cut through the noise. Yeah. So maybe a weaver.
Because they corrupt domains. Like, that's literally their thing. They corrupt domains.
Yeah. Oh my god! What if all the Exarchs are weavers?
Yeah, they go crazy.
All right, so does Philly want to ask a question first, or do you want me to look through Summer's eyes?
I think the suggestion is good, but I don't think it changes what I would do
All right, then I'll let you
or
go.
would like to do. Well, I was going to ask him what his name is, kind of. But we could jump first.
I think
What do you
look
think, Gary?
before antagonize it.
I wasn't going to ask him so directly.
I will say that when he issues the command, Griffle, you can hear one of the terminals activate, and the Deva gives something like a command to jump, but it's very much like he wrote like a 6-stanza poem where he put in what he wanted to do and why it was a good idea and where he's going to go, rather than just saying plane shift from here to here.
Oh.
You think it'll get the job done, but it's from a kind of coding perspective, it's watching someone write 150 lines of code where one line of code would have done the job.
Interesting.
That's just job security.
I'm going to send. I'm going to send to the beacon. Do not execute abort
Order
command.
66.
Please.
Oh, I just also had the thought that maybe teleporting to the plane of the Iron Tower with a ship that's about to explode, maybe not good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I'm saying do not execute. Abort command.
We simultaneously solve the conflict in space by obliterating both factions simultaneously.
Evasive maneuvers, Delta 6.
So, what was Filibuster's question?
Oh shit! Now I'm kind of questioning myself. Oh, well, did you canceling the order go through?
It doesn't
I don't
seem
know.
to do anything. It doesn't seem like it's reacting to the order to jump either. You think it should work, but the ship isn't like doing anything about that.
Because
okay.
it wants to die. Oh,
It's
shit.
thinking.
Me too. I will say, Your Grace, I will follow you into battle anywhere. It feels as though this servant of yours is not executing the command quick enough. Surely he must be moving faster. And you must, I think you should speak your name to make sure that he can, that he knows who he's dealing with.
All who set eyes upon me know me, but perhaps I can persuade him.
See, the Exarch just walks closer and puts the Deva inside of the aura, and they sort of space out slightly, but then seem to kind of go into that trance. Like they're very focused, they're very intent on what's being done.
Question. Do we know who the previous pilot was?
The guy he
Nope.
killed,
Yeah, and is that guy in this room?
his corpse.
His corpse is over here. Meep.
Okay, all right. I suddenly got concerned that he had reanimated the corpse, and that
No,
was
we saw in there were two dudes, two Deva, right?
Yeah, there were two
Okay.
Deva, and then I was like, actually, no, he killed one of them, so I took him off the map. But yes, no, it's over here on the same side next to the sort of leaf that's underneath the ship's heart.
Okay.
He's technically here, not there, but regardless. So he goes up, and then the Exarch just said, "Everyone who looks at me knows who I am." But you're right, I could make him work harder, and so he steps forward and forces his will, forces his attention on the Deva, who redoubles their efforts.
Is that because he thinks that the David didn't give the instruction that he wanted?
No, I told him that.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, he said that, but then he also was like, it doesn't seem to take any amount of effort for him to basically sort of instill this sort of fanatical fervor to do what he wants in his crew. And so he's like, yeah, I might as well just do that. Might as well just, I told him to do it, but I might as well tell him to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And Griffle, you get frantic messages of the same thing, of repetitions of order over and over and over again, of that to shift, of to go back to where they were going. And then, Griffle, in your head, through the connection with the beacon, you hear,
Is that what hope says? That there is hope for victory still? Was I wrong to doubt?
Oh, shit. Okay. Guys, I don't fucking know what's going on here.
I
I
really
would
think
ask him.
we've
Ask him his name
overpowered.
again. Ask him his name again. Somehow. Don't ask him directly.
Yeah,
but
I'll
ask
say
him this.
through the beacon. I'll say through the beacon. Tell me your name.
I am a servant. I am Oglinzi, anointed of the light, Exarch of Mirror.
But we don't
I
know
think
that
he's
that's the
talking about
same.
the fight with the dragons. I think he thinks that I'm the beacon talking to him.
When Griffle, when you hear that through the connection, everybody else sees the Exarch stagger, like he misses a step and sort of has to catch himself. And then he kind of like looks around, and you see the golden armor begin to shine again. You see the halo light up. You see everything sort of gathers around him like this mantle of power. And one of many, you can sense that shield around himself, that dome of psionic power, it redoubles in strength.
I think he's got a tentacle monster in his
Oh, maybe
brain.
he's forbidden. He himself is forbidden.
He's not forbidden because he said his name, but something is on him.
I'm going to ask a third time, a
I
second
wonder if
time.
it's like, yeah, I wonder if it's like
Tell
the
me your
Bedbeer
name.
crown.
I think it's like the Bedbear crown. And that's the only person who's ever had it.
and hear me. Worship in my word. Worship in my tone. Worship in my immortal life. I am Exarch of the Mirror. I am Oglinzi.
And
When-
a third time.
When he says it the second time, like as he is saying it, you see the Exarch sort of, he doesn't stumble this time. He looks around the room.
You are agents.
Again!
You are falseness. They are here to kill me, to take the ship. Kill them.
You see there's a moment where like everyone around just sort of like staggers and tries to obey, but the ones nearest to the Exarch are in that sort of outer ring of worship, that outer ring of sort of like almost like mental anesthesia. Like they're just slow to react, slow to function. And Griffle asks third time, I assume.
I sure do.
I am a simple servant. Oglinzi is my name.
With the third repetition, while one of Minnie's sort of senses are open, you see that haze, that dome of stuff around Oglinzi shatter, and something sort of spreads out of it, flows out of the form of the Exarch. As this ethereal image. Let's see if I can do this. Do I have the button? Question. I do have the button. Maybe. Hang on. Okay, so I have the button, but it doesn't have the other stuff attached to it. So I'll just click the button and then I'll explain from there.
Revealed by light.
Mm.
That's in the 5 squares. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, one more. One up.
This creature can make non-melee attacks as though he occupies the square of his manifestation.
It's a projected consciousness.
It is very similar to what it is. And
That's
now,
normal.
now we're going to roll initiative.
I'm Gary. It only took 3 hours to get to this point.
Because you were too dumb to pick up on the say your name 3 times that I gave.
Actually, I was really curious whether that was fall for it is not quite the right word, but like having someone make you do it to prove to them and then just move along. Okay, you've proven yourself. Let's keep going. I was curious if that would work.
Well, I noticed that he didn't specifically say his name. I just didn't know how to approach asking him for his because he could have been like, "You're an idiot."
Yeah.
And we've been like, yeah, we know. And
Hasn't stopped us before. I'm gonna step away for
He also
minutes.
may have just chosen not to answer us either.
I think if you had not spoken to him through the beacon and asked him, I think that that is true.
That is very much true. So, this is a question for you guys. So I guess I'll wait. Actually, let's take 5 minutes to get water, go to the bathroom, etc., and then I will ask question on the other side and go from there.
BRB.
Joke's on you.
Did you pause the recording, JP, or no?
I did. I just restarted it though. Before we get into combat, are we supposed to have temporary hit points from something?
Yes. For sure.
And are we supposed to be at full healing surges, or do we use those up for something?
You guys have had some resources spent and have used some surges. So I don't know exactly what resources are spent and what surges have been spent, but I know you're not at like full.
Okay, so that's probably exactly why I am where I am. Okay.
And I think Filibuster's got cloak. Yeah.
Oh, Cloak of Courage.
Yeah, that thing.
I do. Probably worth using.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it previously, and you won't get the secondary benefit of Cloak of Courage ever because you're casting it outside of combat, but you would get the temps.
Okay, so we should have the temps now then.
Correct.
And is it our surge value or is it Drax's surge value?
Your surge value, personal. It's basically giving you 50% extra health.
Not 50.
25?
Okay.
25% extra health.
I think Triptychos has something that lets him.
My surge
use
is
it.
higher, but the use for others is during like short rest. They can use my surge values.
Yeah. I didn't know if it applied to this.
Yeah, it would not. Oh.
But I mean, 38 temporary points is nothing to scoff at.
So could people check some ones in chat if you're back? Because I don't know who all's still missing. So Foxy.
And Cloak of Courage, who cast that?
Billy.
Filibuster.
Okay.
I know we're waiting on Foxy, but I'm gonna ask. So I am going to use Speed of Thought to move up. Couple questions on that. Like, my first step will be entering the aura. Does this aura affect me with Triptychos doing what it's doing?
It does not seem to.
Awesome.
Not
So
yet.
It doesn't even slow me currently.
Not until you get noticed. But before you do all that stuff, I do want to talk to you guys when Foxy gets back. But I can sort of say it ahead of time right now. There's a bunch of different ways that this can go. It can go as just not a combat. It can go as like what the combat looks like if you kick down the door and fight right away. What it does if there's reinforcements in here. There's a bunch of different ways that this could go. The way that you guys have chosen to do it, right, where you kind of keep the exarch talking while someone else sort of backdoors their way in, starting with the manifestation and the exarch, kind of the exarch on your side and the manifestation not on your side. I think it is going to be not like a trivial combat, but a fairly easy one, right? That's probably the easiest way to do this combat. Now, it being an easy combat, it still takes quite a bit of time to resolve in game. like in 4E. But the flip side there is it would be a pretty decent sort of, I don't say practice because that's not the right word. Since we've not been playing for quite a while, it would be, and we're going to be playing at high level, having a combat that is unlikely to go very poorly because you've set it up very well in your favor might be something that is beneficial to people. So it'd be kind of game for how people want to do this, because if you guys want to do it to say that, you know, with the way this gets resolved, this would be a relatively easy fight that you guys could say, I could say narratively, we can kind of keep going through the story and sort of resolve it maybe like a skill challenge, not exactly like a skill challenge, but just have it to be where we just sort of keep narratively explaining what's happening rather than fighting. Or if you guys are like, hey, we haven't played it in 3 months and we want to remember what these characters can do, and having a sort of an easier combat that's still fairly complex to sink our teeth into might be a good way of jumping into things. But also it's pretty close to, I mean, not close to, it's or
2 hours.
Yeah, we still have 2 hours left in thing, but probably not enough time to resolve the full combat. So yeah, I'm going to kind of leave it up to you guys.
I want to say we earned this and it should die easily.
Meaning you want to kill it or you want to skip the kill?
I kind of like killing it.
Yeah, I mean,
but I'm also kind of neutral. I don't really care that much.
I'd say chuck me your default answer in, and then we'll go from there, right? Because it's not like this site is a complete pushover either. Like this is not going to be this is potentially very, very hard. Like, you know, you fight the Exarch at full strength and have to figure out what's going on midway through the fight is like a potential we could TPK, especially coming back off of a long break, which I was slightly worried about. But I'm not as worried that this will be a TPK. It'll just be, you know, a fight. So Morin, Philly, and Griffel have voted.
I'm truly on the fence. I don't know.
Well, you're gonna have to be the tiebreaker.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah.
was really hoping I didn't have to vote and it would just like resolve without me.
Yeah, see how that worked out for America, though?
Oh.
Now, I will say, you know, just as for full context here, I kind of know what the next narrative story beats are. It's not like you guys are going to have a long time between combat and like if we do the narrative resolve, there's very much I'm not going to say 100% because you guys always do whatever you want to do, but it is very, very likely that there will be combat in the next session. If that is something that people are like, yeah, I kind of want to figure out what's going on, like with your characters.
All right. Well, if you're saying that and that we probably don't have time to even resolve this fully in 2 hours, maybe then let's just do the narrative resolve. Because I am more curious where this goes than I am whether or not we can beat him.
Well, we know we could beat him. I think that's the point here.
Exactly, right? And I'm just
yeah.
curious how this resolves, so I don't want to leave on a cliffhanger.
Yeah, that's my thought as well. Is like I would rather have like some sort of resolution to this long anticipated situation.
Yeah, and so because this is one of the things, right? In as a DM, a lot of times I'm wrapping up combat if the dramatic question is answered. Will the heroes ... Will they win? Will they accomplish their mission? Will you stop the clock? Do whatever. In this instance, if you guys are at full strength and you have the Exarch with you who's able to help, and the order to turn on you has just been issued, what would be the fight changing midway through, we're starting in that position. I think the dramatic question has mostly been answered. but playing it out would still be fun because I think it would be an interesting fight, and it would get you guys to use your abilities. So I've game with both ways, and it seems like the majority is slightly leaning towards narratively resolve, and then let's Knuckle and Jawbones use our characters here on the other side once we figure out what's happening. Is that game? Is everybody game for that answer?
Yeah.
I am game for that.
Gotcha.
Philly
So-
and Warren, you guys are okay being outnumbered?
Yeah,
You
absolutely.
don't feel impassioned about it or anything?
I'm
I've come to
excited.
terms with the great replacement a long time ago, Foxy.
It's okay. Gary's got our back.
I'm excited to have a fight, but I feel like if it's kind of just like a going through the motions fight, it's less exciting.
Dude, I want the Exarch to smoke this thing so bad.
So
I want
the
to smoke
answer
with
is
Exarch.
manifestation.
No, breathe in
No,
his
not
cloud hair.
manifestation, the good one.
Do you think breathing in his cloudy hair is like some sort of crazy experience?
Like
I'm
I'm
rubbing
gonna
a
let
cat's
you touch
belly.
it.
So basically, what's going to happen here is once the Exarch is able to push the manifestation out of himself, you're able to quickly realize that the one that ordered the command to kill you, the one that ordered you destroyed, that turned on you in that last moment once they figured out what was going on, is very much not the Exarch. It is one of the avatars. So this is he who walks before, or one of his little avatars, one of his things that he can do. It is a much weaker version. So in its full form, if he's in Oglinzi's body, he is like the avatar of Hopeslayer that you guys that fought Clotho in the other city in
Oh.
Silverspire.
Silverspire. Thank you. So that is what this guy is. That is the category of creature. This is like an avatar, but instead of it being
How come my thing didn't go? Then
how come because your thing is set for star shadows.
an avatar doesn't count.
No, avatar is a different thing. It's one of the other categories of creature. So yeah, and the reason that Baneslayer didn't read this thing as aberrant is it has the ability to hide that. This is one of their. So as soon as it comes out, as soon as the manifestation is in the open, Baneslayer immediately lights up as that's an aberrant that's there, and you get this sensation of like understanding of it, of like Baneslayer like clicking, like it recognized something was off at the beginning, but it didn't know exactly what was off. And then when it manifests, it's like, oh no, now I see what's going on. I was unable to perceive that this is what was an aberrant creature. Now I see what's going on. Now we can go.
So this is a manifestation of Harbinger, is that correct?
Yes, this is a manifestation of Harbinger.
And so, just because we're kind of talking through like what would have happened and stuff, at what point would it have acknowledged me? And one of my first actions was going to be invoke Summer. And at that point, would it have acknowledged me, or would something else trigger it?
So here's the thing. We're still narratively resolving, right? I'm doing a little bit of summarizing of what is happening, but we're still going to resolve what's happening. So basically, I'm not going to be taking like combat turns. I'm just going to be saying like, what are we doing during this, right? So you guys go and you're fighting. The assumption is that this is happening during the fight. The Exarch is calling this thing out. And since Drock, you have something that sounds like you really want to do, Drock, you use your summer mantle. Is that what you're doing?
Yeah.
When you get close enough?
Yeah. So the second thing I was going to ask, because you said this Oglinzi could only attack melee, or sorry, not melee, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'd probably move up because I'd be curious what it would do. And on my first turn, I would invoke the Summer Mantle and see what Summer says about it, or Mother in this case, right?
So You invoke Summer, and when you do, and not Clotho. Man, I'm so bad with names today.
Lachesis.
Yes, when Lachesis. When Mother Summer looks through your eyes, she doesn't see a creature in front of you. She doesn't see like a physical body that's there. What she sees is what looks to be like a cancerous tumor in front of you. And then extending out in every direction off past where your sightlines can see, you see these tendrils and tentacles, these veins that are reaching out into the ship. Like this is the center tumor of an infection spread through the whole ship. And that's what she sees when you open up, when you open up your senses and you let Lachesis see through your eyes. She does see that there is a physical thing there, but what she's experiencing is that this is a tumor, that this is a disease. You can see it in the description of the ability, I think. That this is a disease placed within Mirror. And it has infected the ship and the Exarch. What would drive reaction be to seeing that?
Probably definitely just to want to exterminate this thing, for sure. But
cool.
Yeah, all of this is still kind of like, I don't really know exactly what's going on, and if we kill this, will the Exarch be on our side or not? So I'm still unsure, but definitely want to kill this thing.
It seems like, at least for the purposes of the battle, that you guys seem to be on the same side, as it joins your group in fighting against its sort of shadowy psionic reflection. And as soon as the real Exarch goes into battle, they make this staff of glimmering crystal that they fight with. And they seem to be primarily a divine spellcaster. They're not a melee combatant at all. While the manifestation is. Or manifestation pretends to be, I should say.
And when I use the Summer Mantle, does it actually acknowledge me, or is it still ignoring me?
Oh, yes. As soon as you draw Summer into it, it immediately looks at you and is just like, fuck that. And you get the sensation that like it's noticing you for the first time. It couldn't perceive you. The Song of Summer was keeping you hidden from the eyes of the Avatar. And so as soon as you take action, as soon as you put on the mantle, draw attention to yourself, it would then basically lay a bunch of attacks against you. It has a bunch of miscellaneous stuff that it can do, but it would stop using its charms and start using its pushes and madness.
Which I also kind of anticipated, which is why I also thought the Summer Mantle would help, because it gives me more defense against that, right?
So things like this. It basically, every time it's going to do something, it's going to continually use one of its targets when it's targeting multiple abilities to continually lay into Drakh. Keeping you as one of its targets when it does that, or when it uses for example, this power. Uses repulsion. Man, it would have crit you too. Man, this thing.
A lot.
Yeah, it does not like me.
So similar to when I was rolling your guys' hidden checks, I'm not rolling anything. I rolled a single 2 on this, but when I was rolling your guys' hidden checks, you rolled like 15 and up every time.
Oh, good.
Gary came ready to play.
So, yeah, the thing would focus on you, would see that you were a problem, and then have to sort of divide its attention between defending itself from the real Exarch, fighting against you, and trying to cripple or kill the others. What would Filibuster be doing in the fight as it sees, as this avatar of Harbinger is surrounded on all sides by enemies and sort of fighting like a cornered animal?
There's only one target?
Yeah,
and he's a melee attacker?
It pretends to be a melee attacker. It's not actually a melee attacker.
Oh,
Because it's
But I guess it
using
doesn't matter.
range basic against me.
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't matter though, right? For the purpose of Iron to Glass.
Iron to glass.
Oh, it says the same melee damage.
Yeah, it is melee.
Would I have noticed that it's not using melee
Yes.
attacks?
Yeah. And here's the thing, right? Like, it's not necessarily describe what you would have used in the combat. It's narratively. Would you focus your stuff on it? Would you be taunting it? Would you be trying to help the Exarch? How would you go into this fight, right?
We've already called it out with the name stuff, so I wouldn't do all that. But I do love taunting aberrant creatures. I do love drawing their ire.
Oh, are the names displayed? I think that they should be.
What do you mean? I see
Yeah.
Avatar.
Yeah,
Avatar
Avatar of the
Harbinger.
Harbinger. Yeah, Avatar of Harbinger is making sure that they are displayed. So you're spending time taunting it, and
I just be
Baneslayer,
doing everything in my power to stun it and lock it down, as always. But
and Baneslayer thinks that this is the best. This is the best of all plans. Like, we're getting to attack an aberrant creature. We're getting to cut through to the truth of the matter. The Exarch is very clearly a divine creature of some kind. So Baneslayer's like, I'm on board with this and is happy to help. The Battle Angel is going to not participate. What is Morin doing in this fight? Narratively, what is Morin doing? Is he just launching spells into the Avatar? Or is it trying to do something else?
In this combat, is the Avatar of Harbinger the only hostile? Are the False Keepers also?
The False Keepers
Non-hostile?
would also be hostile, yes.
They would be hostile? What
Yes.
are they?
So they look like they're Genasi.
They do. That's why I was curious.
Yes. So they look like they're Genasi, but once they start fighting, they are actually oozes. So they're ooze creatures shapeshifted to look like Genasi. And so they are acid creatures that do things like this. And this.
Imagine fighting that.
Yeah, Dark Promise is one of the more scary things in the fight.
Well, I had kind of been thinking that if most of the dialogue leading up to the combat was me and also Drock just like waiting for the shoe to drop, that I was kind of like, as soon as the first round started, the spear would just like fly out of my hands and like do its giant AoE.
Gotcha. You're knocking everything down.
Yeah. And I was kind of like waiting for the opportunity to let the spear go kind of crazy in this very divine space. What does like victory look like? Like, is the Avatar killed?
So you guys have the ability to basically destroy the Avatar to the point where it can't function anymore, but it doesn't really die. It's sort of just stopped, right? Like you don't kill it, you just break it until it can't function anymore, right? The limbs don't connect anymore. It is torn apart, but it's still writhing and moving the whole time.
Is this an Avatar that was at the meeting that Merc? It wasn't.
Those are also not avatars. So those are speakers for the Star Shadows.
Yeah, I think we're confusing that terminology because I thought that the Star Shadows had avatars. Like I thought there were like Avatar of what are the names of the Star
Yeah,
Shadows?
like Avatar of Hadar and Avatar of
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, because I thought that they had like many copies of themselves, but there was like a main copy that was.
I don't think we know that there is a main copy. I think we suspect there could be a main copy, but we've seen lots of manifestations of them, and they are often called. So we've seen avatars of and manifestations of, and I think the avatars are kind of the big ones, and the
Yeah,
manifestations are like the little ones.
I think
So
that when.
terminology wise, real quick.
Yeah.
So you have for the Star Shadows, you have the category and the elder thing attached to the category. For example, Hadar, right? The shadows of Hadar. Hadar is a thing, right? So Hadar is the evil associated. It's the top of the food chain. Below Hadar, you have its prime shadow. And the prime is what they're called by when they're talking to other things. There was this note of I think at the meeting talking to they knew who the prime of like Kaifan and Nadal and all that, Nihal and all those were, where among the star shadows that exist, there is one that is sort of the predominant of the shadows, so the first among equals, sort of, and then you have your standard shadows. So for a star shadow, let's say it's a Hadar, you have Hadar at the top as the elder evil, then you have the prime one step below, and then you have the shadows themselves. The speaker is the representative for when they commune as a group. The speaker might be a prime, but it might not be one of the primes. So at the meeting, some of them were primes and some of them were not.
Also, at the meeting that we spied on, there was Star Shadows waiting in Tantarus. I think one you connected with
Mhm.
Akama.
Yep.
And it was really clear from its demeanor that the other ones that were with it, like the versions of like Hadar and I think Gebeth that were with it, were like lesser versions of. So it was like maybe that one was the prime, and then like the Hadars and the Gebeths that were there were just like the lesser versions, not the primes, or there was some other hierarchy at work where like it was clear that the Akamar didn't think very much of the manifestations of the other ones.
Correct.
Was it a prime though? Because that's the one that's instant, or that was instant.
I don't think it's a prime,
No.
but it was
But it was
definitely
something
higher in
bigger.
the hierarchy.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's for Star Shadows.
Hmm.
It goes Elder Evil, Prime,
Normal shadow.
Normal Shadows. Speaker is something else.
Yeah. Speaker is a mortal that works with its shadow.
Oh.
So it can be a prime, it can be not a prime. It's basically, one that's both parts.
Okay. And then for walkers, you said that if this avatar was still in Exarch of Lindsay's body, it would be at the same power level as the avatar of Hope Slayer that speared Clotho. Is that
Correct. Yes.
right? But not being in a Lindsay's body, it's significantly weaker.
It is weaker, and also the other thing with Hope Slayer in particular is Hope Slayer was anti-Fae, and a lot of the forces that were arrayed against it were Fae forces, so it was able to just chew through them, including just chew through Clotho, because it was sort of well predisposed. This guy doesn't seem to be especially good at the fighting part of things. If it is, it's not like especially the avatar here seems just as hard to put down as the other avatar, but doesn't seem as dangerous of a combatant. Like maybe this one is more about subtlety than kicking the door in and killing shit.
Right. And which one is in one's head?
What?
Don't you have a walker in your head?
What? No,
that you picked up in
No.
and was it?
no,
You sure do.
no.
It was Harbinger, wasn't it?
Totally not.
Can't recall.
Weird.
So I would spend most of my time, I think, just firing spells into one of many.
hmm So the one, jokes aside,
He comes
he who
after
walks in the footsteps of others, the becomer, not the harbinger.
Good boy.
Right.
That's the one that's
the becomer,
shadowing one of many.
purported to.
So basically, yeah. So the idea here is the Exarch is pretty well predisposed, but by the same token, it doesn't seem like if Harbinger does not seem to have its abilities that are like maybe specifically like Godsling, right? It's not an anti-divine avatar. If it was an anti-divine avatar, it would actually, we would play this combat out, right? Like it would be able to just kick the shit out of most of the things in the room and be a real problem for at least two of the party members if it was purely anti-divine. But that's not what Harbinger is. Harbinger is not the a divine killing avatar, which is one of the reasons that it would be a doable fight, even if you started without knowing exactly what was going on.
Yeah. Then I guess I'm kind of wondering what was it about Harbinger that was able to cause Oglinzy to be so despairing?
That is a good question that we would do kind of at the end once we get the narrative end of what's going on here.
Okay.
So
Because I remember the Becomer being described as somebody who infiltrates and figures out what your weakness is and then gets in through that.
Mhm.
And
The
I'm kind of
becomer?
wondering the Becomer, yeah. And I'm kind of wondering how Harbinger has done what he's done if he's not the guy that is known for doing that.
Well, he's
Mhm.
called He Who Walks Before and Brings Darkness into Light. So, depression.
That is he's the answer you get at the end of this is that basically the Exarch tries to commune with the beacon but is in this despairing state, is in this thing of they thought they had the righteous action, they thought that they were foretold, they thought that their victory was foretold, they thought that this was going to be the thing, and they seem to have walked right into getting their face caved in, their armies defeated, their allies routed. What is possibly happening? And that is where Harbinger wheedles his way in.
So he
Um,
just wheedled in. Sorry, John.
So then, is the self-destruct sequence something that Oglinzy ordered then? Or is it the
No.
ghost?
What is Griffel doing during the fight? So we can sort of narratively resolve this.
Sorry. I thought I was muted and then I realized that I had muted and then started talking. So it was like the opposite of the usual problem. So I think I would continue to try to talk to the beacon. I don't think that it's actually, I don't think I would continue talking to the beacon. I think I would. So obviously, I'm gonna, get my weapons out, get my spike chain out, start hacking away and stuff. But I'm only really kind of focused on. Can you stop, dog? Come here. I'm focused. I've got my mind is elsewhere basically. So I'm going through the motions of battle, but I'm still thinking about how can we get through to this beacon. I'm presuming that because that part of this depression is this self-destruct, and that once we kind of sort this out, it's going to turn off. But in case it isn't, I'm going to start trying to figure out how I might disable the self-destruct, just in case.
Yeah. So the answer that you'll get basically is once everything is cleared up, the self-destruct can be deactivated, and you're not on a clock that matters for the span of a combat, right? So you'll be able to
Yeah.
pretty quickly figure out, oh, we've got several hours before this is a problem.
Yeah.
We can resolve the next 30 seconds and then get into stuff afterwards. But you can focus on the beacon and you can see that, and you can tell after a second that the soul cache has been cleansed, or has been emptied, right? Where the Exarch sent themselves into the beacon, then their body got corrupted. Their sort of ability to return back, their ability to come back from this out of body experience where they're communing with the beacon was severed as Harbinger came in and cut them off. And it was stuck in a buffer. It was stuck inside the system, unable to return, and the system didn't have any way to deal with it. So it was just going to like wipe everything and destroy the Exarch just as a, yeah, we'll deal with that later. Like, oh yeah, my systems are all messed up. I'll just turn it on and off again and it'll be fine.
Yeah.
And it was the process of doing that when you knocked on the door.
Cool. Is it communicable?
What, the losing your body part of it?
Am I like really? Am I real depressed because I talked to it? Like, do I need to be purged?
No, you do not get that. Once Harbinger is brought to light, it becomes relatively easy to notice their influence. It's just sort of hard to notice while you're doing other things, while you're distracted.
Yeah. Okay. So I don't have a brain wormy now as well.
You don't think so?
Okay.
So what is one of many doing during this fight? You can see that Harbinger, while they're not like a super great combatant necessarily, they're very psionically gifted. Like they're really, really good at the mental manipulations, mental defenses, shaking off effects, things like that. Very mentally resilient. How is one of many doing this?
I like to give Harbinger the help action.
Against Josh?
Yeah, no, she's knocked prone immediately.
I mean, I think, yeah, I would just be throwing up the mental defenses and fighting the good fight. I don't know. I mean, I guess I'd be interested in like seeing how the orb reacts to it now that it's obvious what's going on.
So the orb reacts by not being sort of especially attentive. Like it still responds to you. It still does all the things that it does. Its power is open to you to use, but it reacts kind of as you would expect a normal, powerful implement to react. It doesn't have a lot of extra personality, I guess is the way to say it. It doesn't react as if there's a presence of something that's like specifically against it. Even while it's fighting this avatar of the Walker, it just functions like a reliable tool.
Do I feel like that's weird?
It does feel weird. It does feel like even revealed that the Harbinger is sort of sliding below the radar to a certain extent.
Mm-hmm. Because I mean, it's supposed to like do extra damage to aberrant creatures, so I would think that it should be keyed in. Do I think that that's more of a function of the avatar being able to hide its aberrant nature, or something with the orb?
So you think that more than anything else, that is because this thing seems to be a projection of the avatar. It doesn't read as an aberrant at all. It reads more like a summon or a conjuration, like a mental construct, than it does as a creature.
Gotcha.
This is maybe something that would be cast ahead of somebody so that they could use things from a distance.
Yeah. Am I able to like track where the actual harbinger is? Like, does it like how many squares can it cast within?
Millions.
I will say that is not something you'd be able to find out during the fight,
Hmm.
but after the fight, once you kind of finish putting it down, and that would be something that you'd be able to try to go and be like, okay, I think this thing is like my shape consciousness. This is like a projection that I use,
Hmm.
at least in concept. It's just a little different in form.
Hmm.
And you'd be able to say, yeah, you might be able to track where this thing is. And while you can't do it just kind of all on your lonesome, you would be able to work with the ship in order to see how the ship was being accessed and how stuff was coming in. Where the source of the signal lies is something you'd be able to find out. But we'll kind of resolve that at the end of the fight. So
Is
that'll
is
be
the
back
call
at the
coming
top of the
from
order. Huh?
is the call coming from inside the ship?
The call's coming from inside the house. No. Basically the fight would get resolved. Like I said, I'm pretty confident that you guys could quite easily just tear through this and not have a
Honestly, the fact that you've multiple times said, "I thought that this combat was gonna end in a TPK," and then it didn't, I'm more scared of this fight because of how confident you are in our ability to beat it.
Because you're always wrong. That's what he's
apparently.
implying.
See,
You're
I'm
always
always
wrong about
wrong, but
what
I
we're
always
gonna
feel like
do.
you guys perform better, not worse. So we get to the end of combat. The thing is put down and destroyed, and I'm not going to keep using the voice changer for Oglenzy because it's annoying to switch back and forth. But he will thank you for returning the ship to itself, and then we'll look at. I'll do just a little bit of voice changer stuff still, but we'll look at the two divine characters and say,
I have not sensed your power within the Imperium, nor have I seen it in lands where I have walked or flown or visited. You are natives of the Prime, natives of the mortal true world, and yet you hold power that should belong only to us. I will not attempt to take it from you, but I would ask you explain. How do you carry such a powerful beacon of hope?
Oh, Gary, what's the new aura do? Where's
oh,
the thing?
where is the thing? Hang on, I thought I had the handout. The
It is-
handout's
it is new, right?
I need to pull up for my notes. Yes, it is a different aura. I can copy paste it into here. But it lets you do extra radiant and fire damage when you're in the aura, if you're an ally.
Ooh.
I see.
Where is this damn aura?
Where is the dang aura?
And when he was asking that, what power specifically was he talking about?
So you had said, "Hey, we have hope with us," and he's like, "Cool, you do. What is this thing? Explain."
Okay, so when we say hope, what do we mean?
So we all carry the domain of hope with us.
Right.
Me very explicitly in the form of the fox kind, but everyone in the group also carries a piece of hope as well. The domain of hope.
Yeah. So, excuse me. So he's asking, like, how do you have this thing? I can recognize the power you have. The power you have belongs in the Imperium, but I can also tell that you're from Silbon. You're from the mortal world. What is going on? What is happening? Explain this to me.
Okay, I have a question for the group. This guy is still fucking bad, right? Like, we're
I don't
still
think it's
here to
that simple.
kidnap him.
I don't think it's that simple.
He's like,
Yeah, that's what that like. I'm starting to think like, do we? Like he seems to respect us. He seems to realize that we're powerful. Do we level with him and just tell him a sliver of the truth and then ask him for the information we need? I mean, I would still like a world ship, but we did come here for a primary purpose, and that was not one of them.
I mean, I feel like they overall oppose the adversary, but it feels like a lot of them might be corrupted, and also they're zealots.
Yes.
Hard to know.
I'm not saying we like tell them everything or that, but like what I would propose that we tell them is like,
We need Dalseth's prison.
yeah, we need Dalseth's prison, and we need that. So what I would propose that we tell them is, and I don't know the exact wording, but we tell them, we've seen we have been to the temple of the redeemed. We have seen the rebirth of the domain of hope. We fight against the corruption that you have seen spring forth from your own body, and to fight this corruption, we need information, and then ask our questions.
I think that's perfect.
Yeah.
So like, don't tell him anything else. Like, don't tell him
Uh-huh.
about the queens. Don't tell him about like, yeah,
Don't tell him we just came from Aegis.
Mhm.
yeah, definitely not. Don't tell him we're with the dragons.
No, I think what you said is really perfect.
So I'll write that out if you guys want to see that.
I'd appreciate it too, because I want to say I'm trying not to listen, but when I'm in the headspace of the NPC, I'm trying to like not have them hear everything that you guys are saying and respond to that, trying to respond to what you actually say to him.
Something like that.
Sound good to everybody? Does anyone have anything new to want to add?
I like it.
I support this.
So the Exarch will listen and say,
And you are world weary and do not know who to trust. Very well. I am Exarch of the Mirrors. I have come here perhaps under false pretenses. Perhaps I was unworthy of the vision I was given. But whether I failed in righteous action or failed due to deception, I have failed. And you have helped me cleanse a corruption from mine own body. It is something I owe you a great deal of gratitude for. I must ask, you are not of the Imperium. Do you keep to the oaths? Do you mind the sins.
We don't mind sinning at all.
He's basically saying, do you obey the doctrine or do you not? You don't get, you get that there is sort of, he's asking kind of neutrally to that question.
Hmm. Ah, shit.
Well, we obey 4.
4?
Number
murder.
4.
Excess murder. Yeah. I mean, we definitely murdered people, but it was in battles.
No.
They struck first.
Those were not righteous life. Although we did allow through an action 1 life to be taken. The
We?
blacksmith.
We? Oh, I thought you were talking about the baby.
Oh no, that was Drock. Directly.
Yeah, Drock
Why?
unwrapped a
Why does
baby.
this always come up?
You
Well,
kill
you
one
did it.
kid.
Follows you for the rest of your life.
Mhm.
Yeah, so he asked, like, do you obey the sins? Do you obey the doctrine?
Ooh, you could be snarky and you could say as much as any good alienist.
Or as much as any good imperialist. Imperialist? I don't know what to say.
I like imperialist. I think that was good.
Well, I mean, do we obey? We have definitely broken. We've
Yeah, but
broken
so do they.
forbidances. We've done mirrors.
Mhm.
We've touched the Force Primeval. We definitely trust in artifice. We've resurrected people and ourselves. We're pretty arrogant.
I mean, we can
We
just say
definitely-
we obey as much as the situation allows.
Or I think you could say like the doctrine is to prevent the adversary from corrupting, and all of our action is to oppose the adversary and its corruption.
Yeah, I think okay. So
any deviation from the doctrine is in service of what the doctrine
our
is for.
goal
spirit.
is to purge the corruption wherever we find it, and all of our actions are in service to that goal. Everyone happy with that?
Mhm.
Everything we do is perfect.
True.
So maybe not sin the 6th sin.
You are less limited in some ways than I am, although less powerful in others. If you need to break doctrine in order to oppose the adversary, then perhaps I can get you to do something in your manner of action.
The Exarch, while he's talking, he kind of walks back over to, walks up here, and he gestures towards the corpse of one of the Deva, and says, and basically says, they were not
please.
killed by my hand, but by the
Maybe
adversary.
Wait.
Oh.
Oh. The guy that he killed.
Yeah, so he says, I didn't kill him. That was killed by the hand of the adversary.
Nah, guys, nah. We don't have that many resurrections left. And also, this guy already owes us a favor, so it's a bit presumptuous of him to be like.
How many resurrections do we have actually?
I think 2 left.
But that's because we need diamond?
And that's because you have the crystals in the ship. You can just normally cast Raise Dead. And he will pay for it. If it takes money, right? He's saying, I can do this, but I won't. But I can see a reason why it should be done anyways. If you would do it, I would appreciate it. But you can see that he looks like he has the capacity to raise dead.
Right.
He's just choosing not to.
And sorry, can we cast this here, or do we need to be on the ship? Or
You can cast it here. Yeah, it is. I don't want to say it's a normal ritual, but it is a ritual that you can cast.
Can we become alienists?
Yeah,
mean-
tell him to give us alienist clearance and we'll do it.
He would sort of shrug to that and then say that you are not of the Imperium. You are not bound by Imperium rules unless you are within Imperium controlled territory. The rules here are that you must obey whatever commands I give if you are here as guest. If you are here as invaders, you do what you will.
Ah, okay. It's a test of goodwill.
I mean, I say we do it.
Yeah,
But-
if it's not going to cost us anything.
It narratively will cost you time. And it does seem, again, it seems like a weird sort of thing where the Exarch, he could just do it, but he's not. He's asking you to do it. And then during the ritual, he's going to keep talking to you. So you'd be able to find the self-destruct and turn that off. And what else do you want to do? What else do you want to talk to the Exarch about? Because he's gonna basically say, I owe you a debt. I owe you a favor. And he says, you seem to be, if you're here and telling me the truth and you're doing this in good faith, okay, what do you want to know? Or what do you want to know? He would say, what do you want from me?
So we need to know.
Information.
Yeah, we need to know where. We need to know where the ship of one of your alienists went on an exploratory mission.
It wasn't his alienists. It was
One of the Imperium's alienists.
yeah.
Which fleet?
7th?
The 7.
He nods. I can send something through Minispin to get whatever information you require. What is it you wish to know?
We need the travel logs of Stent the alienist.
So he says, a simple enough task. What are you going to do with it?
Fight the adversary.
And if, go ahead.
The last location, well, one of the locations that he went to on his ship, he was attacked by star shadows and consumed by them.
Mhm. And I assume this Stent, this alienist, is still carrying a shadow.
Oh, yes, definitely.
Well, no, isn't he dead?
We freed Sap and App, right? And then
I thought we
iced
stranded.
them?
I thought we stranded Stent.
I thought we blew him up.
I think we killed him, and that meant that the shadow could resurrect with his body.
Yeah, we were told, I think Mab told us pretty explicitly, like, he's gonna come back. Like, they're just gonna puppet his body around.
Oh,
Because it was like if we knocked them out, she. Well, what was it? Was if we killed them, then the shadow came out. But if we
Mhm.
knocked them out, there was potentially a way to remove the shadow. But then remember we had like this long debate about it because it would like make her vulnerable, and so we ended up. Do we ice them? I think.
Yep.
We did
Yeah.
ice
That was App and Saf, but that wasn't Stent.
Right. So Stent was killed along with
Yeah.
the Hexblade during the combat.
Correct.
So we don't know where Dent and what's her face are.
So he, nods along. The shadows are nearly impossible to destroy and nearly impossible to contain. They have been a blight on many of the mirrors, but are rarely within the Prime. Rarely a problem for the Imperium. So he agrees to give you the information and says, "You've done me a favor. I've done you a favor. Are we yet even?"
Um, you said that you were foretold a victory in your fight on the planet of the Iron Tower. That Ajun Jay shared a vision with you.
I was shown a vision, and I need time to contemplate. Was it my own desires infecting the vision, making me see things that were not there? Or was I shown things in a manner to draw me to the conclusion that this alliance with darkness was the path forward? I have seen great misery caused to my people, damage to my ship, loss of life that I can feel in my blood and bones. I will mourn the death of those that have been thrown into this pyre for 1,000 years. It is now time for me to learn if I have been deceived or if I have deceived myself. Whether I must focus on improving or whether I must turn my attentions to the one who has shown me a vision of a world overrun, and the only chance was to strike out into the darkness. There is another piece. When all was starting to become lost, when I needed to retreat and withdraw the fleet away to save what I could, once it became obvious we could not win. There was no glorious dawn coming for the ever victorious army. There was only retreat. And then there was a shadow. Not the shadow between the stars, but a darkness, a depth of unlife I have not seen before. It darkened the bridge and stuck something inside of me. A thorn of shadow and doubt and depression. I can see it now clearly as an attack, but then it was my own doubt. Something I will need to make sure not to fall into if my vision proved to be true, but my interpretation was wrong. There is something powerful working to push these avatars into the world, and I have seen it in person. He then commands one of the others to come over to him, and he has a one of the deva there make an illusion for him, and he sort of mentally shows the deva what he saw, and has the deva craft a very good illusion that you guys can recognize pretty easily as an image of the Night King.
Hmm. Well, that answers that. I think we should tell him all about fighting Terminus.
I agree. And then the eye thing as well. I think
Mhm.
we should tell him about the eye thing and the Night King and the what Morin
And
said.
maybe even the Formian stuff.
I would leave the Formian out. But that's
Let's
just
be
me.
Let's see how he reacts to the
Mm.
Night King stuff, maybe, and the eye. And also the first of the Legatus, we could even tell him.
So he would listen along if you tell him about the fight with Terminus.
Mhm.
And you can see that there is a measure of disbelief. Like he doesn't necessarily think you're lying so much as you're exaggerating, maybe in some way. Like he's like, that seems like you probably didn't actually do that, but maybe you did something similar, right? Like you did something that was also against the adversary. He thinks you're like the through line is true.
Would he believe Baneslayer if Baneslayer told him?
Well, Baneslayer doesn't have to tell him, right? The spell signature is on there.
Yeah, I mean, Baneslayer, you could show Baneslayer and you could basically have Baneslayer sort of kind of
Corroborate.
corroborate, vouch for what you're saying. And if you do that, you will have to allow him to touch Baneslayer.
That is fine.
So when you offer up Baneslayer, Baneslayer does not want to be touched by the Exarch.
Oh, stinky.
And you very much get the sensation of, Baneslayer's trying his best to not just murder all people that have had any sort of adversary contact with him. But he doesn't want you to hand him to someone who is just possessed by an avatar of one of the walkers.
We respect it.
But yeah, he will listen along, and he will say it is an impressive story. And he will also say, like, when you explain that like there have been rumors of people in positions of power losing their eye and going insane and being seen as being corrupt or evil. It is, but he had seems to be mostly taking it as like a not quite like an old wives' tale, but like it's this persistent rumor. But it's probably people putting coincidences together. But if you're saying that that's what happened, maybe that is the truth behind the rumor. That there are a lot of things that were connected when the blow was struck against Terminus.
Can we tell him the date that it happened?
Oh yeah, and he can corroborate some things. And while you guys are doing this, while you're talking things, he will get information from Spin saying that they do have the location of the coordinates for the last couple of missions that Stent was on. And you can see, according to the coordinates, that he went and did one thing, or like the last thing in the list of coordinates was that he was going into my brain says the void, but that's wrong. Going into he had departed Tantarus and was heading deeper into the cloud, and my brain is not remembering what the name of the cloud is called.
Oh, the
Cause.
cause.
Amatar.
Yes. So he's going further into the cause. So you get that, like, he was still keeping up his like official records all the way up to the point where you guys attacked him in the cause.
Can we ask him to like let us to investigate what happened with those Deva at Tantarus?
He says, "What do you wish to know?"
Well, wasn't Dent gonna maybe like kill them?
He says, "I have no reports from Tantarus, but it is not within my realm." So it's like it's not his fleet's area. He can get stuff on the alienist because the fleets do share the information on the alienist. But if you want to know more information about Tantarus itself, it's not part of the 10th fleet. So
Gotcha.
He does
Well-
not have any like current information about it.
Mhm. Well, they stuck their necks out for us to slow down Stent, and I would hate to hear that something terrible befell them.
I will do what I can through official channels to reach out. Neferisk will answer me.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. So we'll say Neferisk will answer him, but it may be some time as the 8th Fleet is very spread out.
Hmm.
So I put in the chat what I would propose to kind of say to him.
Michael, you are very loud.
My power went out.
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh no. Was it all the thunder here?
Yeah, a thunder. Wait, let me change my audio input. I hope
Are you still D&Ding or are you doing something?
I am still D&D at this point.
What name did he say? Oh, you're just putting it in the chat. Thank you. Nefaris.
So those are the names of all of the exarchs. You know, it's one of the things that he's not going to be shy about, right? It would be one of those things of like, he would explain to you what, you know, what his impression is of them, but you're also pretty clearly going to get the, like, this is his politically correct introduction explanation of all of the others, right? He's not going to share any like deep, dirty secrets. It's going to be like, this is the one that leads. This is the exarch of the 1st. This is the exarch of the 7th, et cetera, et cetera.
No gossip.
Yeah, no gossip. Just these are the official things. He's actually going to say less about Ushide than he does than he implied when he was in his other aspect, when he was in the Avatar of Harbinger.
Mm.
And the only ones that I'm trying to think of like what his explanations of certain things would be. The only ones that he's going to put sort of special notice on are what, like that Uchide doesn't have any. So Uchide and Oprit do not have any lands that are their own. So they don't have like sections of space that are part of their fleet. They are intermixed with all of the other fleets.
As murder often is. And arrogance. Would he be on board with the sentiment that the exarchs somewhat embody their sins?
He will say that they are permitted to do their sin and they're permitted to create the boundaries to decide the interpretations of that for everyone else. And we'll also say that like the alienists are permitted to blur the lines as they see fit, as they get trust from the others, but the exarchs do not have that leeway. They will obey. And when he gives his explanation of things, he talks about the office of exarch having its own weight and being important.
You must understand, it is not just that I am an exarch and I am a person. It is more than that. It's a role one fulfills, not only for yourself, but for others, and it carries with it a strength, but it also carries with it a burden. You are entitled to have an opinion, on the specific sin, but so too do you carry that sin and all of its uses for the entire Imperium. He explains it in a different way, but he gets pretty close to telling you that the Exarchs have a nature.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like it. How did Exarchs become chosen to be Exarch?
We are created. Each of us was Deva once. And then when the Exarch that embodied the individual sin falls or is taken or is in other ways unable to perform their duties, the office passes to the one that most befits the office itself. You are chosen by the office. The individual does not choose the office. Though my proclivities as a Deva did lead me to studies on the edges of propriety in the mirrors, that did mean I was more likely to take this role than perhaps one of the others. It is, at the end of the day, the choice of the office, of the power, of the faith behind that power that chooses the one who will be at the head.
So like the office of Clotho, right? Like I'm not saying this out loud, but like that's what it would be like, right? Like there are people who have the potential, but
Mm-hmm.
like ultimately it is like the office that chooses, it's the crown that chooses the wearer.
Yeah. I would ask, how does the Imperium view the she?
They were powerful, but amoral. They were destroyed by their lack of being able to embody anything other than a lack of embodying things. They are a cautionary tale for us to not give in to everything and sacrifice what it is to be your true self for no purpose or greater cause. Meant to turn on the voice changer for that, but he does basically give a, the Shi are basically a fable for the Imperium and sort of an example of following the rules, but not actually following the spirit of the rules will ultimately lead to decay and you'll fail. You have to be flexible or you die. And then he kind of says that that's sort of the reason the alienists exist, because if they didn't have the alienists, they'd be too close to the Shi.
Interesting.
Can we get can we go back to getting the information about the Weiss?
Well, we were telling him about Terminus. Did we want to? Do you mean like talk to him about how the Weiss are bad, or?
Oh, sorry, I meant like information about like the Night King's plan.
The whole reason we came here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
The
you initially,
assassination attempt of An.
to my knowledge, you've not shared any of that with him yet. Is that something you want to share with him?
It's like the main reason why we were like, we want Delseth prison, but we were also like, we need to know when this is going to happen in order to know if we have like time to do the things we need to do before it happens.
But that's the
And we also
Turi,
can't
right?
warn.
That's the Turi, though. Right? The Night King is a Turi.
Yes.
So did the Whis know?
Well, we
Um,
presume that like the closest allies of the Night King, so the head of the Whis and this guy.
hmm.
But this guy isn't the Night King's ally. He called him out as a bad guy, right?
Yes.
He was allied and then found out at the last minute. Not gonna be good allies.
Yeah. So I think he would be willing to spill secrets for us.
Okay. So then do we want to say the reason that we needed dense travel logs is that we are trying to foil one of the Night King's plans? Do we think that he'll know?
I mean, that's what.
Isn't that why
That's
we came?
I can't remember who told us. Like, I think Aegis was like, it would have to be shared with his closest allies.
Okay. I guess I don't know. Someone else take the lead on this. I feel like I don't exactly know what we want to ask him.
We could ask him generically, like, what can you tell us of the Night King's plans? Like, do you know of anything, any action that he would have taken? Because we would stop anything he does if we could, because of his corruption.
I know that the Whis and the Turi have been working with some of the fleets. They have been working with the 1st, the 7th, the 3rd, and the 10th. Each of our fleets have been functioning in near unison with one another with different purposes. This is something that I think is fairly well known. What may not be completely well known is that the Turi have as such not taken the field in any conflicts. They're relying on us, relying on the Whis to do their heavy lifting for them, so they may do something else in the shadows. I did not think this was problematic until I saw the head of the Turi jab something into my psyche at the end of a losing battle.
So he's like, I know that the Turi haven't been doing a bunch of overt stuff, but we thought they were just gathering their forces together to do something. Now it was actually a big problem. But he's saying that 4 of the Imperium fleets are involved in what's happening.
Mhm.
The 1st, the 7th, the 10th, and the 3rd?
Mhm. And he will kind of explain that the 7th seems to be the one that's kind of leading things. Like they're the ones that are taking the most stock in stuff. But 1 and 3 are supporting 7, and then 10 has been working with sort of outside forces to deal with things on other planes.
Resurrection, sanctity, and dishonor.
So this is what's going on. Four of the fleets are supporting the plan openly. He thinks there might be more. And he would then kind of say he thinks officially the Second Fleet isn't doing anything in support of the vampires, in support of the war effort. However, the Exarch of the Second has spoken in private with each of the other Exarchs of the ones that are committed, and after speaking with them, the Exarchs have felt more on board with the plan. Like, for example, the Exarch of the Second showed him a vision of something that led him into throwing in with the Weiss and their attack on Aegis.
So the first, third, seventh, and 10th have all been involved in operations, but the second was the one that convinced them all to be like, yeah, this is a good thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
And the second, well, like, because we left, we were on the second, and we left when the Star Shadows came.
Hmm.
We don't know what happened to their Exarch, right? Like, we kind of just
No.
pieced out of there.
Yes.
Correct.
So we don't know that those Star Shadows. Well, that was when On killed them, right? But there could have been more. Yeah.
Also, the alienist of the second that we met on Sin the Second had her eye gouged out.
Yeah. Should we tell Oglinzy that we were on Sin the Second?
He knows.
Oh, right. So should we tell him there were Star Shadows on Sin the Second?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. 100%.
Yes. All right. Uh, Oglinzy, you sensed that we had been on Sin the Second, and it was during the battle with another ship. Um, we were there to rescue a very important person who had information we needed to fight the adversary. And as we were making our exit, we battled several Star Shadows. I do not know what became of the fight on the ship. I do not know if the Shadows reached Ajunjay, but it sounds like, based on what is happening with the other sins, that may be the case.
Forgive me, you speak as if this battle happened recently. As far as I can tell, you all have mortal lifespans, but the fleet of the Second have not been in open conflict in many, many years, and the ship itself has not seen battle in. He shakes his head. A very, very long time.
It's complicated.
So he's not trying to call you guys liars, but he's like, my information says that the Sin the Second hasn't seen combat in many years. Are you guys talking about something that happened a very long time ago? Or
This also
it was
happened
saying-
with Captain Rancer, right? That we were like,
Mhm.
oh yeah, we saw the ship, and he was like, no, that ship hasn't been there.
Mhm.
Was it? Do do we know if it was
Otho
like?
twisted our skeins to put us back in time to like change the path that we would have taken.
Yeah. Is there a way that you can tell what we are saying is true?
There
Isn't
is.
there a ritual?
He would
Kind of
basically
truth.
say yes, but it is not. He does not have an alienist of the Second to cast it.
What is it?
Wow.
Detect
Can
lies.
can
Do
we
we have that?
cast it?
I mean, you can, but you could always lie and he won't notice.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Only the person who casts detect lies
Oh
can tell if
yeah,
it's
true.
a lie.
Okay,
Uh,
so no point.
okay.
He's kind of going like, it's not that he doesn't believe you, right? He's not saying that you're lying. He's saying that doesn't match up with the information that I know, and we need to figure out why. Is this because this battle happened 200 years ago, and there have been battles in the past couple of centuries, but you're speaking as if this happened like a couple of weeks ago, and I don't think that that's correct. I don't think the second has been in any major conflict in a very long
Wasn't
time.
Didn't
It
we
had
learn that it was firing upon another Sin ship?
it was fighting with another world ship.
Do we
Yeah.
remember which number it was? Spoiler alert, no.
It was an adversary world ship, I think.
It for sure was an adversary world ship. It was, hang on, I just found this in my notes because I was looking at something
Awesome.
else. It's gonna take me a while to actually find the information, but I know. Um, we spoke with Narev on the ship, if that tells you anything.
Yep.
Uh, he consulted an oracle and killed a little kid, if that tells you anything.
Yeah, this was on Sin the Second.
Yeah.
He listens,
But we were
and you can tell when you
fighting.
say Narev's name, he knows who she is. But he doesn't know who Stent is when you said Stent, but he knows who Narev is.
Hmm. She would
Question.
remember us if you wanted to ask her.
I have a question about like the continuity. If you're saying so, like her eye was damaged, right? Like we saw, she was one of the ones with the damaged eye.
Hmm.
Mhm.
But if that happened like 200 years ago, we hadn't fought Terminus at that point.
But
So
she
her
had a
eye wouldn't have.
vision,
So
didn't she?
she explained that she did a divination,
Hmm.
and during the divination she had the eye. So
Oh, okay.
we thought that she had looked into the future at that event and been stabbed in the eye.
Right. Yep. Thank you.
Is
So,
it
but the
possible that our Skyne actually put us way into the future to recover the name, and she had gotten her eye blinded, however far long ago, when we
but
actually fought Terminus?
but she did a consult oracle and like she asked questions about stopping the adversary. Like she didn't seem evil at the point that we asked her, or at the point that she was like checking up on our story.
Yeah.
Is
So
this
I feel
something
like,
you're sharing with him? Or because I need to know what you're sort of sharing. You say, hey, we've met this person.
yeah, I
They're
would
there
share.
in this battle.
I'm
I would say
I'm
all of that.
comfortable sharing.
When I spoke of myself pushing the envelope when I was Deva, that I got close to the bounds of propriety when researching the mirrors before I became Exarch, I was nothing in comparison with how far Neriv has chosen to push herself into the darkness. She committed sins before she was alienist, and it was only in becoming alienist that she was not executed for her crimes. But the further she looks, the more she depths into the darkness, the more I question, is this a dark soul looking for darkness to wallow in? Or is this a soul of such brilliant light that it will clothe itself in the deepest midnight to make sure there is always light in the deepest places?
Hmm.
So he would go on to further sort of explain that as a individual, as like an alienist, they're kind of a controversial person, and the Exarchs, individual ones, just sort of disagree on whether they should have just been executed anyways, or whether they should be allowed to do things. But they're the only Exarch whose opinion actually matters is hers, and she's been in Ajun Jay's confidences forever, as far as he can tell. So he's like, I don't know about her. She does some really dark shit, but she does seem to generally do good things too.
Hmm.
Okay.
So when we were on Sin the Second, she trapped us and tried to take Baneslayer from us. And we tried to explain our mission. And in doing that, we tried to show her this rod of prophecy that we have. And it caused her to kill a kid. But if you would like to see this rod of prophecy, I feel like it might explain some things. But I hope you won't kill a kid when you see those things.
Again.
Then I will prefer my bone rod.
So he looks at it, and you see this, like, while you're holding the rod, you see like a dozen different golden clad arms reach out and then go to grab the rod and then stop and then retreat back. Like, you see basically like a ton of different images of the Exarch reaching out to grab the rod and then deciding against taking it.
Mm.
So he nods and says, I shouldn't. I won't. I will not touch that. But it is something that is beyond contraband, beyond controversial, and into the realm of impossible to defend. If you gave one of these to her and she took it and was seen to use it, then anyone that saw her would be a liability.
We found out what they do from someone. Was it Lachesis who told us what they actually are?
It was the guy in Tantarus that was Renki's protector.
Oh,
And their
yeah, I forgot
messages
his name.
from
Oh, from the god about how to
From-
free Pandorum.
the god of prophecy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Can I show him? Because we got a vision, right? That's why we ended up at the Sin the Second. We got the vision of the Wilds group with the name.
So we got their like radio transmission in the Reach. And then Sin the Second came through and Clotho was like, they have the name. And we avoided their nuke. That was Sin the Second, right?
Yeah.
And then later we went into the vaults. And in the vaults there was Clotho made a portal for us.
Right.
To reset your skein to go through a path you did not take, a path you could have taken to go to the ship.
But Clotho doesn't really have like a super good understanding of like how time works. So if she did end up like putting us back in time, but like 200 years to her is like nothing.
But when we
Especially
left,
because she no longer has like the understanding. Like all other Clothos grew up as a person before they became Clotho or they manifested. Whereas this Clotho doesn't really have an understanding of what it's like to live as a mortal. So would have even less reason to understand the concept of time.
But when we left, how did we get back? Because we didn't alter our skiing again.
We used a spin disc. We went to the
Right.
like there was a giant spin disc in the middle of the thing.
Right, thank you. So if
ported it
we...
into we went into the wilds.
Right, but so if we had been sent back 200 years, spinning out wouldn't have brought us forward 200 years.
Yeah.
Are we in the past? No,
Are we
because
in-
he thinks that thing happened a while ago.
Yeah.
And we've spoken to Arn. And we went to Haven.
Mm-hmm. So, it was Sin the first and the third were deterring Sin the second, according to your helm, when we were on Sin the second.
Mm-hmm.
The first and the third were deterring the second.
Yeah.
So,
So one of them was already adversary. Or both of
well,
them?
Oglinzy, has there ever been a conflict between the third, the first, and the third ships?
I think you meant the second, the first and the third.
Yes.
Yeah.
He says, officially, the fleets are never in open conflict. Unofficially, there have been conflicts in the past, although nothing of a sort with a full worldship conflict in several centuries. And so he kind of sits and listens and then says, like thinks about it for a second and says, though it was strange when the Seventh Fleet went and spread out across the space to begin testing the frontiers, the Legion, they were intended to be supported by the First and the Third. But the First and the Third were slow, their actions seen as token actions rather than full support. It was one of the reasons the 10th did not request their support when I pushed through towards this assault on something in another mirror. If there is another reason why the first and the third were slow to act, but it is being hidden, perhaps that is the key to understanding why we are not seeming to act in concert as we should. So he would also have one of the people there give a replay of a transmission sent to Stint. So there's a recording of it. Let's see if I should be able to just. There is a link. Cool. Put this in prosperity. Yeah, there we go. So it says this is something that they found. So as far as he can tell, according to the records, according to the official things, it looked like fleets 1, 3, and 7 were going to go attack the Whis. And then they didn't. They allied with the Whis instead and were like changed and went and fought against the Legion and against the Dasang. And he's like, that doesn't make a ton of sense, but maybe it was just politicking, right? Like maybe that was the plan. Seems to be that was the plan all along. But if there's a different reason why fleets 1 and 3 were slow to act, right? They were following long behind 7, not giving the support they were supposed to. If they were not doing that because the world ships for 1 and 3 were engaged in a fight with 2,
Mhm.
then he's like, I don't know what's actually happening then.
What's the old Titan?
That's Whis. That's the Lord of the Whis.
Mm.
And so he doesn't know of any specific plan that the Night King has been hatching.
He knows that the Night King has been gathering power, has been basically, circling the wagons, preparing all of his stuff to do something. He thought that was going to be a big power play. He thinks it's still going to be a big power play. But after seeing the Night King attack him, he thinks that power play might not be as direct as what they were thinking.
Why is the Imperium and the Legion at odds?
Is that a question you're asking him, or is that a question in general?
Well, first in general, do we know?
I don't know that we do. We just know that they're against each other. I guess because they're both on the Prime and. the
Okay, well, in
Imperium-
that case, I'm asking him.
So the generally accepted answer, right, is that they are two opposing countries, effectively, right? They're much bigger than countries to a certain extent, but it's kind of like, why are these two superpowers against each other? Why did the U.S. and Russia, why were they opposed to each other in the Cold War? Well, there's a lot of reasons, but the short version is they both wanted things, and the others wanted them to not get things to be the powerhouse. And that is more or less the answer with here is the Imperium wants control. They want to be able to spread themselves and have everyone, follow their religion and follow the sins and do right practice. And the Legion does not want that. They want them to be under Legion controlled lands and pay Legion taxes and, be part of their system, right? There is not a there's not a dogmatic, again, this is from general knowledge, but also this is something that Glenzie would say as well, is there is no, other than they refuse to obey the doctrines, there is no dogmatic reason that they must oppose each other. And there have been many times where they have not opposed each other, where they've been at peace, but they've been at war for off and on for centuries.
How many centuries? When did this conflict start?
If it's on the Tuesday I'm thinking, we're going to have a problem.
It's like multiple thousand years. I think it's like 20 something hundred years, like somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000 years. I have to look up calendar stuff.
Yeah.
He would actually know.
Is it around any dates that we go, huh?
It's not, his earliest dates are not too far after some of the big conflicts happening in the vampire courts, when the vampire courts split off and did their own thing.
Mm.
But it's not like, oh yeah, this happened at the same time as this other thing. It's more along the lines of, it's like, oh no, these two groups kept growing, came into conflict. Conflict eventually turned into war, which then got peace, then turned to war later, and then turned to peace. And from Oglinzi's perspective, and probably at this point, if at no other point during the conversation, you get the impression that Oglinzi, he's not going to be in the like 10,000-year-old club, but he's been around for quite a while. Like he's been the Exarch of the 10th Fleet for not the entire time that they've been at war with the Legion, but long enough to see several large stretches of peace with the Legion. So he doesn't have the same sort of animosity towards the Legion that a lot of other Imperium people do.
Mm. Does he know Salfog Aaron?
He does not. And the name does not mean anything to him.
Oh, what's his real name?
Who?
Learned it. Salfog Aaron.
Kinky.
Tiger Man. Tiger King.
I don't know why my sheet does not have him listed. What? There's no way. Okay, good. Yeah, you guys have his name. Or at least it
Yep.
says you have his name.
I believe that.
His name is Pavik Sayal, is the guy's actual name.
Does he know that guy?
Would he know that guy? That is a great question. Yes. So he would know. Specifically, he doesn't know Salfog Aaron, but when you say Pavik Sayal, he knows who that is. And knows that that is one of the Rakshasha. One of the fallen ones.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. So he will talk. We'll sort of explain this, and he will say, "Yeah, I have given you what I can give you, what knowledge I can, but my fleet must recover. We must return. We must repair. We must mourn the losses we've suffered and prepare for what else is to come. I would normally retreat to the safety of the inner lands, to the areas that the Imperium fleets maintain, where all of us overlap to our most sacred lands. However, perhaps I will spend a longer time in one of the mirrors close by, rather than return there, as that is primarily the domain of the second."
That's good.
Is there anything you want to know from us?
He would ask what it. You have the information from him. You seem to have actions you want to take for it. But he will say, actually, let's do this. Where's my notes on this?
No matter if the vision was twisted, in my mind or in the mind of another, I know what I saw was truth. A flood is coming. A danger is coming. Some wave of parasites, an infection that seethes in the outer mirrors is wheedling its way in and will soon threaten everything. If you are going to fight against the adversary as a whole, then understand you must have those to stand beside you if you are going to have a chance to survive at all. I must go and find out what my weaknesses are, so that perhaps I may be one of the ones to stand beside you when the flood comes coming. When the waters rise, I will be there as best I can. And if you should fall, know that the fleets will be behind you, burning the ground for all to make sure there is something there behind for new life to grow from.
So he very much still believes that the vision that he got is true, that there is some extraplanar horribleness coming. He just thinks he might have also been manipulated by the truth, or he might have fooled himself into believing something. He's not sure. But regardless,
That last line, is he saying that like if there is corruption, he'll purge everything?
I think he is.
burn everything so that when something survives, it'll have fresh soil to grow from.
That's a bit extreme.
So,
Yeah,
but
not. Go
See the beginning of the conversation with him where you guys are like, well, yeah, we're kind of okay with this guy, but he is a bit of a zealot. You
Yeah.
weren't wrong at the start of the conversation.
yeah. But his vision is true. Something is coming.
Mm-hmm.
He just acted on it by attacking dragons.
Yep.
Oh yeah, can
Yeah.
we ask him what the strategic value of like going against the Iron Tower was?
We needed to be unified. We needed to have control of ships that could work within the Imperium, but through the other mirrors. The Legion would not work with us, would not work under us or contract with us. It was proposed that the best course of action to defend ourselves would be to conquer the people who make travel through the mirrors easy, and then use their knowledge, their ships, their forces, in order to protect ourselves from what is to come.
Mm.
And you could have just allied with them instead of asking them to submit to you.
Heresy. Heresy, I say.
Whatever.
He makes it sound like that was on the table and was decided against.
Who advocated against it?
Renistere. She spoke out strongly against alliances with the Legion. It
Given.
is perhaps something that could be expected from her stances, but she made excellent cases. She, more than any of the others, has had a dogmatic disagreement with those of the Legion. Did you know the Legionaries consider it a point of pride to be 9-fingered?
Yes, we did know that.
Yep.
So the zealot in charge of making sure resurrection isn't abused has been sort of outwardly very anti-Legion in her dogma for the longest of the current group of exarchs. And so she was the biggest voice for, we should conquer them, and then we will control all of their ships and stuff.
Interesting.
But they are 9-fingered in service of fighting the adversary. So does that not adhere to the spirit rather than the letter, as you said the she are an example of a cautionary tale?
He shakes his head and says,
They oppose the adversary in this century. In one's past, they had different ideals. The Legion serves what is prudent to serve the Legion first. All else is secondary.
So maybe Aegis wasn't always in charge.
No, maybe Arcario Travaxis was.
Oh yeah. Did you know he
It's a
was
good point.
he was an
Yeah.
adversary guy? Oglinzy? He was an
Yeah.
adversary guy? Oglinzy?
So he will basically say that that's before his time. He knows that there was he knows the name and he knows that that was a previous leader of the Legion. He doesn't really know that much about him other than that they were destroyed long, long ago.
Oh, actually.
So he doesn't know about the Mir then.
Doesn't seem to.
Quite
Tell him?
recently destroyed, in fact.
Yeah. Just the other day.
That's funny because every time we meet someone who's like big and awesome and powerful, like the first time it happened, we were like, yeah, we have fucking no idea what's going on. And then as things have progressed, like the balance of knowledge has shifted such that now when we meet people of extreme power, we're like, we know more than you.
Let's fill you in.
Because you guys
Well-
spread out your knowledge so much, right? You keep getting around people that have like incredible depths of knowledge about what they know about, but you guys have this really generalist overview of what's going on that you can share these pieces of information that are not widespread knowledge.
Gary,
Yes.
Go ahead.
with the fact that we are all carrying the domain of hope with us, is it the same as like, happy is something if you give it away, it comes right back to you? Like, is it like a, can I give a piece of hope without diminishing it?
Yes.
Or is it not? Yes. So it's like you can light a candle with a candle.
Yes, that's the idea of hope.
Okay. Can I give him a piece of hope to carry? I feel like he kind of needs it.
Let me look. Can you offer it to him? Yes. I'm looking at notes for his character, like his characterization, trying to see would he take it? Probably not yet. He would ask for you to hold it and like to if he believes himself worthy, he would like to ask for it when he deserves it.
Okay.
Because you can
I'll
still
hold
see
you to that.
the thing that's bugging him is like he's lost a ton of lives, or people that serve under him have lost tons and tons of lives over something that he was very certain about, and it seems like he was wrong. And if he finds out that he was wrong because someone else tricked him, he's then going to act on that. If he finds out that he's wrong because he fucked up, because he tricked himself and the other person didn't do anything, then he's going to have some struggles.
Right. Well, don't wallow in self-pity for too long.
So he kind of laughs at that and says, Pratani Patel can be at prayer for only so long. I will find a solution soon.
Who?
Is that his name?
It's a Deva name, yeah, that he says.
Have we've heard that before, right?
It sounds very familiar, and I wonder if it was one of the mirror.
Oh.
You are so right. It is.
I was going to say we should tell him about the mirror.
So here's the thing. When he says that, you get this feeling of like it's like a hokey saying almost, right? Like, the Buddha can only wait so long beneath the tree, right?
Oh.
Can I say, is it she or he?
He.
Or they? He's back,
Pratani.
He has been freed.
So he nods and says, of course, he is always free. He is always there. Prayer is ever present.
No,
I think
no.
I would
He's,
I would interrupt to correct him.
he's
No,
like
no, no.
back. Like
He
you
has
go
been
talk to him.
imprisoned, and he has been released into this world.
Imprisoned. I think perhaps there is. He thinks about it for a second, and then he says, kind of explains, and he kind of turns on that supernatural supernal effect where, like, you can hear in his home language. Like, he's trying to make sure he's understood. And he tells a fable, right? He tells a story of a deva who became enlightened, who became all knowledgeable, who was the epitome of the most devout, the most enlightened, the most mystical and refined, the ideal deva, right? And it's like, it's not a person, it's a concept. It's like something we aim for. It's something we strive to become. It's not like a dude. And he tries to explain, like,
So,
that's not,
so it's like saying like, oh, Nirvana is a person.
yeah. And he's like, and you're like, yeah, they got a great album. And he's like, that's not what I mean.
If is there anything about speaking supernal like you can't lie in it?
So Supernal has a thing where if you can speak Supernal and you are a god or an angel, it gets this secondary effect where you can always understand what they're saying as if they're speaking your native language. And that's the thing that he's using.
But like if I speak it, it doesn't carry any extra weight.
Correct. It doesn't carry any extra weight.
Can
You
I
have to be either a god or an angel.
how does he feel how do you feel about telepathy?
I dislike it, but I understand its use if it is needed.
Can I show you something?
What are you going to show him? I mean, he's going to ask, what are you going to show me?
I want to show you Pratani Patel's cell and the subsequent freeing thereof.
So you guys didn't free Pratani, right?
Well,
I
we
don't think
freed everybody.
We did. We freed everybody, but
he wasn't one of the specific ones you freed and talked
No.
to.
no.
Okay.
But I would show him us in the prison looking at all of the doors
Mm-hmm.
And
and
names.
and the
Yeah.
names and the leaving. And I guess I could also show
Taking
him talking to Sage about Mir.
So he doesn't want the telepathy version of anything except for showing him the door.
Okay.
Like, he will listen if you explained it to him, but he really doesn't like the telepathy part of stuff.
Okay.
But he sits there and he thinks about it, and you can tell that it kind of bugs him, and he can't decide whether that door is a metaphor or not.
Because I
Like,
mean,
did somebody lock away the idea of perfection and devotion and the Buddha? Is this like, here lies the grave of the Buddha, or is that actually what's supposed to be on the other side of the door?
what does he think if we describe the concept of the mirror?
Basically, that it is part of. Here, I'm not do basically. I'll do his little thing. Hang on, where is
But if there's a mirror of what, like Davis, he has a nature, so it wouldn't affect him.
But like mirror, aren't they like? Well, I guess it only goes one way. But I'm thinking like if he could ask a deva, like would they feel the mirror?
I am familiar with this concept of the mirror. It is a way of explaining that different creatures are as they are. They can change slightly, but there is a driving force, A deva is driven to good, or to attempt good, or driven into darkness to be evil incarnate. Many of the other peoples have an underlying feel. If left alone, they will function as such. This is used in many places. On the dwarven worlds in the Imperium, it is understood that the dwarves will, left to their own devices, be brave, hardworking, loyal. They will be organized. They will understand things in a very specific way. And so the doctrine is adapted to dwarven culture, because dwarves will be dwarves if left unattended. As such, a very fine hand is needed to guide them, but not a stern one. In other areas, in worlds where the populations are more savage, like the tiefling people, they are driven to be rebellious. They're disquieting, cunning, underhanded creatures by their nature and must be given structure.
Okay, so we've got a space racist on our hands.
So he's like, yeah, that's a concept that we are very familiar with. This is how we apply it to our culture.
Hmm.
He's like, it's the base justification for why racism is real and actual.
Oh my god.
Justifiable.
Yep.
Well, just keep an eye open. Oh yeah, we are over time.
Yep.
Yep.
It is time to go. Well, guys, kind of a weird session, but good to kind of get started on things. And yes, we do need to wrap up. Whew. Oh no, I'm just now reading chat. I'm sorry, Philly.
No, it's okay. I think it's fine. It's also
I
not
was
my
gonna ask
house,
after, but yeah, how's things?
I can't see. It's dark, so I have to wait till the morning to see.
Did you?
It's also not my house, so that's okay.
Oh, fair. Okay, yeah, that's better.
Did you not hear me? Did no one here exclaim to me, "Go, what was that?" and then mute myself and then walk away?
No.
No, you might have
No.
lost power before that then.
No, the whole house shook, and I was like, "Oh, there's a giant branch on the ground."
Wow.
I didn't hear that at all.
That
It's
just happened to
probably
my
the new one.
cousin. Her like she had to get a new whatchamacallit, hood.
No, I think my car should be fine. Actually.
The only thing that I will say is that unless it doesn't work for anybody else, next week should work. And I'd like to jump straight into things next week if we can.
Next week does not work.
No. You clicked the check mark. The check mark
Yeah, but
is
that
a
was months ago,
That's fair.
and then we never scheduled anything.
Well, we can try to start to work together. I want to not have 3 months between the last month and this one. I think the only ones that are like hard nose for me is I can't do the last weekend of this month. Because we're going to be at Pimingo. And I probably can't do September 27th. But try to get back into things. I want to see if we can go, aim for a game a month at least.
Look,
See if we can try to.
looking at the schedule, it looks like the
31st
13th.
is a no.
The 13th might be the next. No, but there's a bunch of no's on there too. Never mind.
Why did I put no on the 13th? I'm trying to figure that out.
I
I
will
don't
be at
know.
my grandparents' house that weekend.
I don't know either, but
Oh, I see why.
hopefully we can figure something out. And we'll kind of end here with the exarch saying that if this is a thing where he may decide to go to investigate is where people don't expect. And where people don't expect is where this rumor of the mirror would be.
Oh, the infinite rings.
Yep.
All right.
That'll be
There's
interesting.
so many tasks to do.
he could go to the Black Fens and just
I think we should
kill all the
probably
adversaries.
tell. I think we should probably tell Aegis, like maybe tell the Legion to leave the 10th alone for a little bit. Like, don't be in conflict with them if you can.
Well, maybe we should do ascending to On and to the Legion to, I guess, Renser.
Oh, I
The-
presumed we were going to go back to the Iron Tower once we have information, right?
Well, I think that all of that was just to figure out where Dalthup is. Right?
Now
True.
we now have where Stent
And we-
was previous. In his flight records, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I think our
Um,
whole overall task is Dalthup.
Cool. So next week is a no-go. The 31st is a no. Everyone said no. So 21st of September looks like the
Is-
next one.
Is next week a no only for Philly?
That's what I was going to ask.
So it looks like
Because it looks like next week is a no from Philly, and then September 20th/21st is a no only from Foxy.
I believe so, yeah. So we could have game on both. I'm okay to miss one. It's sad, but you know.
Yeah. Because there's a lot of like only 3 people can make. a bunch of days.
Yeah. It's because I like it sucks because like I'm available every week except that one week. But that's
Alright.
just how adult life works.
Yeah.
now Gary's gonna have a third kid.
Yeah, it's gonna be wild.
Really cutting
I'm
into
having
our
to
D&D
change up
time.
like the people that wanted to do like Dice My stuff are just like, we want to do all this stuff, and I was like, yeah, I have other things I need to do. Like, I love everybody's enthusiasm, but like, I felt really bad because Josh and Kylie were both playing Dice Mice with me. But like, last Sunday we were supposed to have a game, and I was like, my house is a disaster, and I have 0 energy. I have like a full day to be able to clean, and I have to get my house clean. To, like, not even just get it clean, get it livable. And
Totally
so I
makes
spent
sense.
the entire day cleaning, and my house is still dirty as all hell.
Yeah. Okay, so we're definitely playing next week, and then we'll look at a potential September 28th or 27th for you guys.
20th.
Oh
Yeah.
no, sorry, yeah, 21st, 20th, yeah.
All right. Thank you guys for coming and playing. I'm so glad that we actually had a game and the game didn't just end.
Yeah.
Welcome through the
Yeah.
campaign ends.
This was the best this session could have gone. It was fucking lit.
Yeah.
It was lit.
Yeah, it was actually pretty cool. Like, I'm not keen to be like long-term allies. This guy is a zealot, but I'm glad we got to talk to him instead of like beat the crap out of him.
I think we're gonna do both. So like all of my notes are basically like, okay, I assume they're kind of going guns blazing, but I think Griffle's still gonna fight for control of the helm of like the beacon, and then Griffle will get this information that the Exarch is not actually home, right? Like the Exarch, the real Exarch is not there, and then that would change part of the way through the fight. But this fight could be pretty brutal because, especially the madness ability, like this ability is. I was looking at the different things before I was doing combat stuff. That's fucking evil.
Oof. Yeah, that's bad. Each target. It doesn't even have to hit.
Encounter close burst 5.
And he has a way of, or has the capacity to sacrifice people to recover powers.
Oof.
That's okay. I don't even have to worry about it.
Yeah, we did it.
Yep. So, all right, guys. Well, I'll see you guys later. I'll go back to playing this dumb game that JP has gotten my daughter addicted to. And then we'll
What game is that?
Grounded.
Oh, yeah. Grounded 2 is coming out. Well, it kind of already is out.
Yeah,
I think it is out.
yeah. Early
I
access.
gotta go. Folks.
Yeah.
Thanks
Bye,
for
everybody.
session. Love you guys. Bye.
Thanks for the game.
Bye.
Bye.